Howdy, howdy. I'm very blue today. I'm blue, dabba dee da. Howdy, howdy, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good Friday. Sorry for the missed live stream yesterday. But here we are. We're back. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Welcome. Do. Derp. Ever delete loads of research by accident? Because that's what happened to me. Yes. It wasn't really a delete. It was more that when I was in undergrad, I was working on my senior project, and my computer broke, and I didn't have it backed up anywhere, so I lost a lot of my senior project. Well, I lost some of my senior project. Some of it was backed up, but I ended up having to redo a lot of the stuff. Fortunately, I was able to because I kind of knew what I was doing. So it has happened, but not since then. Since then, I keep all of my research stuff on the cloud. In the cloud? One of those two words. Before the religion stuff, what do you think of timescape cosmology? I haven't read the papers. I've skimmed them. I'm generally of the view that probably the conclusions that they come to are wrong because they're making some assertions about averaging and general relativity, which I think probably aren't true. But I'm glad that people are working on it because it's always good to have kind of diversity in the research directions that people are working on. All right, we have our first guest. Should we bring him up? All right, let's bring up Notorious MAL. Notorious, how's it going?
Good.
Notorious, do you believe in a god?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I don't. Why should I believe in the god that you believe in?
I believe in God, as in the creator of the universe. The creator of the universe, the creator of everything, the one and only.
Okay, why should I believe in that god?
I think I can't force this sort of belief, but I think it's in the sense that I think it could be a clear revelation to understand. You can't just like believe it right now. You have to understand what you're believing in. Because you gotta understand. It depends on what kind of religion you're seeking to understand from.
So the prompt here is, can you convince me to believe in your God? So I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yes, you can. You believe
Will you?
in, do you believe that?
Then go ahead.
Do you believe that?
Make your effort.
Do you believe that just the universe was created randomly?
I don't think that the universe was created.
You don't think the universe was created? Then what are we? Why are we here? How
why?
Are we in this life?
I think that why is probably the wrong question. If you mean like, how did we get here? I mean, we could go through like the full story. Well, you did, but that's fine. We go through like the full story, like like my parents, had me, and their parents had them, and then this goes back you know, a few 100,000 years, and then as you go back further, you get less and less human things, and as you go back further and further, you get less and less complex things, and as you go back further and further, you end up with, the very origins of life. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the very origins of life are, but I suspect that it has something to do with chemistry. As you wind the clock back further, you're like, well, why did the chemistry was on here? Well, because there was, certain stars that had exploded in the past that seeded our solar system with the chemical elements necessary, and blah, blah, blah. And we can go all the way back to the Big Bang. And then I'll say like, oh, well, I don't know what came before the Big Bang.
Interesting. So the universe is just random, just Big Bang. Nothing after. Nothing before the Big Bang.
No, I didn't say that. I don't know how you figured that from what I said, but I didn't say that at all.
So you don't know what's beyond the Big Bang?
Yeah.
I mean, in my religion, God is just simply the creator, just a simple.
I understand that. I'm asking why I should believe it.
Because why should you not? Do you have any reasons on why should you not?
Look, I don't believe a lot of things. I don't decide what I believe or what I don't believe based off of like, do I have a reason to not believe it? Like, I don't have a reason to not believe in the invisible teapot that orbits Jupiter. But that doesn't mean I'm going to believe in the teapot that orbits Jupiter. You have to give me a reason to believe something before I'm going to believe it. Something convincing.
All right, something convincing. In the Quran, there is one surah talks about the beating star, the star that beats, and there's this scientific research that they realized there's like this form of beating star, and it was revealed in the Quran.
Beating star? What's a beating star?
Scientists discovered it.
What's a beating star?
Sorry. All I'm saying is there's a lot of discoveries from
well, tell me about this beating star. What's a beating star?
Wait, let me switch up. So I kind of forgot. I got like checked. So the beating or the knocking star in Islam, in the surah, it refers to at-talaq. In
I don't know what that is.
Let me continue. It's a modern proponent of this interpretation often links to pulsars. Like,
no, I'm asking what is it in the Quran? What does it mean for a star to be beating? Or knocking?
Neutrons emit beams of radiation.
I'm asking in the Quran, what does it mean for a star to be beating or knocking?
It means rhythmic radio pulses, tough.
Does it? Because my understanding.
Radio pulses.
Well, I don't think it means radio pulses in the Quran. My understanding is that it's something like a visiting star or a visitor by night, and it knocks on the door.
Could be.
Is that? Could be. So, why should I think that there is something to do with pulsars?
Oh,
he left. That was anticlimactic. Well, what can you do, right? I mean, look, I've heard this apologetic before. Whether you call it a beating star or a knocking star really depends on what interpretation you read. Like if you look at like an interpretation by, well, I'll just show you what I mean. Just so then you guys have some context. So it's educational. My clicking accuracy is very low today. Okay, here we go. So I have 3 different, I'm on Quran.com. I have 3 different translations that are up. We can add whatever translations you want. We'll just add all of them. Right. So here's the first verse, 86:1. By the heaven and the nightly star, I swear by the sky and the nightcomer, by the sky and the knocker, by the sky and the nightcomer, by the heavy and the night visitor, by the heaven and at Tariq, the nightcomer, i.e. the bright star, by the heaven and the morning star, by the sky and the night visitant. So like one of these says something about knocking. And then again, in another translation, or the next verse, and what will you make? And what will make you realize what the nightly star is? And what may let you know what the nightcomer is? And what can make you know what is the knocker? What will explain to you what the nightcomer is? What do you know what the night visitor is? And what will make you to know what At-Tariq is, the nightcomer? It is a star of piercing brightness. So clearly, like if we just look at all of these translations, what they're referring to when they talk about knocking is like somebody knocking on the door at night. Right? It's like the nightcomer. Right? It's like a visitor at night. They're not referring to like perpetually, right? They're referring to a visitor. So it's just like a bad faith interpretation to try to link it to something that's genuinely astrophysical, right? It's not really, it's not a genuine good faith interpretation. All right, we have a guest from Discord. Let's bring up Afzal. Afzal, how's it going?
Yeah, it's quite nice. Can you hear me?
I can. Afzal, do you believe in a god?
Yeah, you could say I believe in a god.
Okay.
Which
one?
Would say it's a more generic. I'm a more generic taste. I don't have a particular religious worldview.
Okay.
I hope I'm clear. My accent is not. It's not unclear for you.
I'm sorry. Can you give me 1 second? I'm getting a phone call that is fairly important.
Sure.
I get like 5 to 10 calls a day, just dealing with insurance stuff, by the way. Afzal, I'm sorry about that. Let's start over. So you said you believe in a god?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do believe in a god. So my credence for a more theistic worldview than a non-theistic worldview would be more than 50%. I cannot give you a specific number. I'm not like 100% sure, and I don't have a particular religious worldview. So
okay.
It's a very
why should my credence be increased? Like, what do you think is the most credence increasing fact of the world?
Right. You're getting to the point. So my goal here would be to increase your credence, as you said, and I will try to give some data that might increase your credence given your very well. I understand you are a naturalist. So
Of some
if
kind, yeah.
that is okay, I would like to know. Yeah, so I would like to know some of the assumptions so that I can make a forceful argument. I mean, if you don't have the similar or some kind of assumption that I'm making in the argument, you will not be convinced at all, right?
Yeah, so you want to know
Yeah,
like
so
what assumptions? Go ahead.
Assumptions is, so are you an axiological realist or a moral realist?
I'm not a moral realist, no. And I'm agnostic on,
Okay.
axiology.
So when you say agnostic, you mean you don't know whether there are like normative facts, objective normative facts independent of mine?
Yeah.
Okay, it will be more difficult. Okay, so what is your opinion on mind-body problems, like broadly speaking? If you have any specific, or you like, you have preference?
I have no audio on YouTube. Hold on, sorry, there might be an audio issue. I think that just might be the one guy. Okay. So, I mean, as far as the mind-body problem is concerned, I'm generally taking a view that, like, my intuitions tell me that there is emergence, that the mind is emerging from a physical system. Okay. Now, you know, I build that from intuition from other examples of emergence that I see, but this is not something that I have, like, 100% proof of.
Okay. So when you say emergence, not strong emergence, I guess. Any kind of property dualist or you can say neutral monist worldview you will not be accepting, or you are open to that, or you don't know about it?
So generically, I'm some kind of nominalist as far as abstract objects are concerned. And as far as,
so
like,
when I say property dualist, I mean mind body. So there are mental properties and physical properties, like that.
Yeah. So I mean, like, insofar as, like, you can define. I guess it just depends on how you define mental properties. Like, the way that I view it, I take that mental properties are emergent from physical properties. So, like, you can build a new category for them if you want, but, you know, they're just constructed from or emergent from something that is, you know, physical. Okay.
So, I'm finding very little common ground, but I'll try my best. So my argument will not. I mean, I don't need robust moral realism. I mean, I will try my best to give an argument from some kind of transcendental argument for, not transcendental argument for God, transcendental argument for, like, objectivity of morality, not robust realism. But do you know about Kant's argument for objectivity of morality? Like, an agent, if it wants to be rational, then it has to follow some moral norms. Some kind of moral norms, like.
I haven't heard this argument specifically. But, like, such a thing could be plausible, and you could still be an anti-realist, right?
Yeah, sure. But so my argument, so I will not be able to make Kant's argument because it will take a lot of time. So I will try to. You don't have to be a moral realist, robust one, but you can be anti-realist and can be like Kantian version of the objectivity of morality, in the sense that if an agent wants to be rational, agent's behavior will be extremely constrained by the norm, and it will have to be ethical in some way, like value the other person equally, like itself, more like itself, something like that.
I mean, that's plausible.
That's possible. Okay. So
yeah.
So why I'm making this argument, because my argument will be in terms of inference to the best explanation, and the hypothesis I want to give of God would require some kind of constraining of its behavior. Generally, theists, when they come up with the idea of God, it's very vague, and it does not constrain what would you expect from a God like that.
Sure.
So
so go ahead. You can present the argument if you want.
Right. So, I mean, it's not a deductive argument. I mean, I'll give
that's fine.
One by one my cumulative data case. So, so I have personally I have divided the data into 3 categories. So one would be the physiological data that I.
Sorry, you cut out for a minute there. Can you repeat that?
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah.
So I have divided into 3 categories. So one is fine tuning or teleological data, and second one would be arguments for some kind of ground non-physicalism. So ground non-physicalism is like the fundamental ground of reality. I mean, if you think there is something like that, it is not purely physical. So arguments for that. And third set of data will be try to show that naturalism, in the sense that like you can say the core theory of physics. You would have heard the argument from Sean Carroll about the core theory of physics. I think that if any good if there is good argument to support against this hypothesis that core theory is the only thing that is explain almost every observation that we see around. These three will give us enough credence that there has to be some kind of ground non-physical being. That is the structure of the argument. I mean, I know you will not be convinced, but I'll try to give the data one by one. If the logic follows for you.
So before we go over the data, how do you? And I'm just curious about how the structure works. So before we go over the data, how do you get to that there is some how do you go from there is some non-physical ground to that non-physical ground is a mind or is personal?
Right. So when I was defining non-physical, so when I define physical, I mean anything that does not have any kind of mental properties. So when I say non-physical, it has some mental properties.
Well, that's but that seems like it's in direct like it seems like that's going to be really confusing for somebody who takes the view that mental properties emerge from physical properties and are, so not genuinely distinct.
Right. So okay. Can you repeat the point again?
Yeah. So
I like to.
I guess the point is that like I take it that there are physical things that have we can say that there are physical things that have mental properties. These would be things like you and me and like our brains specifically. And then there are physical things that, at least in my view, don't have mental properties. These would be things like rocks and galaxies and electrons and so on. And so suppose that you prove that there are suppose that you prove that there is some non-physical foundation. Well, I have a hard time understanding what that would be, at least in my worldview. Now, if you just mean there is a foundation of something that is not physical but has mental properties, I will continue to be thoroughly confused, if only because I understand mental things to be emergent from physical things, and it seems like all of our intuition, like all of our all of our intuition pumps, all of our inductive experience points to those mental things only being present when there's a physical thing grounding it. So I think that you might have an easier time. I think that your argument would probably be more compelling if you could first establish that there really is that it really is possible for there to be a mental thing without a physical thing grounding it.
So actually, this is a good point. For that, I actually have tried to define. Maybe I was not very clear when I said ground non-physical. I did not mean that it doesn't. There's mind without any physical reality or some kind of physical substance or something like that. I just meant that it is not completely without any mental properties. So it's not solely physical. If you think that mental properties, so physical properties include mental properties, then I just I will go back to my. Then I'll have to go one step back. So do you agree that there is a conceptual difference between, say, first-person subjective properties and more objective properties like space objects?
I mean, you
like
can
that.
draw. So I think that you can draw a conceptual distinction, but it's not clear that this is like a distinction that is
metaphysical. I agree with that.
Yeah.
So you don't have to assume this.
Like I could draw a distinction between macroscopic properties and microscopic properties, right? But that's these aren't like genuinely distinct things. It's kind of just like a almost a subjective conceptual distinction. But just to clarify, I do want to understand. So you're so you're suggesting that there is a ground for physical reality that has mental properties, but it's possible for that ground for physical reality to itself be physical.
So so I'll try to make it more clear.
Okay.
So when I say ground non-physical, I just mean that it is not solely physical properties. When I say physical, I just mean in the concept physical sense. Like there is a distinction between mental and physical property in conception.
Yeah.
And mental
But you would
is
say
there
that this
in some sense.
you would say that this thing still also has physical properties, yeah?
You can say that if that's just a terminological dispute. I want to say that it
Yeah.
has some mental properties.
Right.
You can call it physical. I don't really care.
But if the thing has physical properties, I have a hard time understanding how you would say that the physical world is grounded in something physical. You know what I mean?
No. So I understand. So I just mean that so that's a terminological problem. I think I just want to prove a point. If the argument works, it will try to show that there are some mental properties at the fundamental ground without which reality cannot be explained or best explained.
Sure. Okay,
that's all I want to say.
So your view is that there could be some fundamental physical thing, but that physical thing has mental properties as well.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
That's terminological.
Yeah, sure.
That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, go ahead. Why don't we start with like the thing that you think is most credence increasing?
Yeah. So I think, you are the expert in this, but fine-tuning data, I think is the first primary, strongest, you can say, evidential point. It makes an evidential point. So I don't know what's your opinion on fine-tuning problem and generally in the fundamental physics.
So
what do you think about that? Or should I? Yeah.
Are you taking the fine-tuning problem to be a problem of initial conditions, or are you taking the fine-tuning problem to be a problem of like fundamental constants?
I would say both, and also the laws. But laws for fundamental laws, it's a bit difficult. So we can stick to any one of the constants or the parameters. You are the expert on this. My field of expertise is not physics, so I will.
Yeah, so my view is that probably the initial constraints, if there are, well, my view is that there wasn't a first moment of time. So, or let me rephrase. My view is that if there was a first moment of time, it was in some sense metaphysically preceded in a geometric way. So there's not really a and so the conditions at t equals 0 would then have been related to the conditions at some geometrically prior thing. So I think that like any sort of initial conditions, I think that fine-tuning is, at least I suspect that there's a lot to learn about what's going. Yeah, can you hear me?
Actually, my earphones have got disconnected. Can you give me 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Yeah, he's Afzal seems super good faith, and I do appreciate a good faith back and forth. In the meantime, we did get $10 from Grimlock, so let's drink some water. Grimlock says you know what to do, so I'll do it. Thank you so much, Grimlock. We'll give him a minute to plug in his headphones.
Yeah, hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Oh my god.
No? You still can't hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello. Am I audible?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah.
And you can hear me?
So
okay.
Where was I?
Yeah. So
you were saying that it was a geometric point, yeah.
Yeah. So my view is, and I'm pretty agnostic about like the origins of the universe if it had one. So my view is that any statements about fine-tuning of initial conditions is probably premature, just because we don't know what the initial conditions were. We don't even know if there were initial conditions. So I'm pretty agnostic with regards to, or not agnostic's not the right way. I'm pretty skeptical of any claims about fine-tuning of initial conditions for that reason, just because I don't think that we have enough data to make any claims one way or the other. With regards to fine-tuning of the constants, I take a similar view. I think that there are, and the reason I take this view is because there are historical examples where we thought that there was some fundamental constant that was a certain way. And then we found out later that it was actually, that fundamental constant was merely a non-fundamental constant related to some constants that were deeper. Some more, some even more fundamental things. And so it's hard to say, like, we can say, oh, well, this constant is, if this constant was any different than, if this constant was slightly different than, the whole thing, but like, you could make that statement about plenty of things that are non-fundamental. And we understand that even though those non-fundamental things might look fine-tuned, the reason they look that way is because of some deeper relationship that we don't yet understand, or that we can describe. So again, I'm pretty agnostic about that, especially because there's no good reason to think that like we have the final theory of everything. I also think that generally, like I take multiverse views pretty seriously, and I think that those do a pretty good job diffusing most arguments about fine-tuning for fundamental constants, even if we grant that the fundamental constants are genuinely constant. So my take is that my take on fine-tuning is that I don't think we have enough information to say that things actually are fine-tuned. I think that this is a physics question that we have to do better physics to know the answer to.
Okay. Yeah. That's a perfectly reasonable take. I mean, I won't be able to argue against what my point was, even if you don't agree with it completely. Yeah, sure. So with respect to the fine-tuned constants and fine-tuned initial conditions, based on what I understand, it appears to me that there are some initial conditions and some parameters that are very sensitive to very short range of sensitivities allowed for them to allow for any kind of own life, biological life. So this sensitivity is the important part. It's not just that if the initial condition was different, something else would have happened, and we don't know what would have happened. Based on what we do know, based on my understanding, these are very sensitive conditions, and if you just change one in, I don't know, 10 power of some very big number, 10 power 124, cosmological constant is something like 1 in 10 power 1.
Well, that I have a technical debate with. I have a technical issue with that number, but there are other numbers that are are also fairly sensitive.
Right. Yeah.
But so, that's just a bad example because I've written a paper specifically on why that's not a problem. So and I don't need to go into the details.
Great.
But something that's quite puzzling, and perhaps this will be interesting to you. And let me see if I can actually find the relevant paper. So people like you say that these things are very sensitive, but it's actually not clear to me that they are. And the reason I say that that it's not clear that they're sensitive is because sensitivity is really about the range, like how much of a range is compatible with life over the entire range, right? So suppose that you had a variable that could vary from 0 to 100, and you said that unless it was between 49.9 and 50.1, then you wouldn't have life. Well, then that would be a reasonable degree of fine-tuning. It would be like 0.1% of the entire range is compatible with life. But there are questions about what it means, like what it means for there to, like, what is the full range of variability? And the reason why I bring this up is because we don't know anything about the full range of variability. What we do know is that if you were to vary some of these constants, like examples include like the fine structure constant. This is the 1 divided by 137 thing.
Right.
You could vary that constant within 2 orders of magnitude of it. You could like multiply it by 100 or divide it by 100, and you would still have like structures that are compatible with life. And so it's at least not clear to me, and this is generally true. There's generally a few orders of magnitude over which you could vary a quantity and still have compatibility with life, with a few exceptions. But the point is that what we do know is that if you take the value that these quantities have, you can rescale them by a factor of 10 or a factor of 50 and you're still fine. The reason why people bring up fine-tuning is because there's this kind of folk belief that these values could have been anything, and so the range is genuinely infinite. But if that's the case, then like there's no value that it could have been. There's no range of life compatibility that wouldn't have been considered fine-tuning, because if the range is infinite, then any amount of compatibility with life would still be fine-tuned relative to it. So it's just not clear to me that this is
Right.
even like an actual problem, you know?
Right. So I have a very naive counter argument for it. I mean, you can
Yeah, sure,
think,
go
you
ahead.
can argue whether it is correct or not. So let's just say it has some finite bound. I mean, if it has a finite bound, it will be sensitive to it. If it does not have any finite bound, like if it is completely infinite, then you can say that the amount of conditions that allow for life, if it is like say like the variability is in a real line, and
Yep.
all the conditions are allowed. Like for example, it's like a multiverse, like all the conditions were allowed or something like that.
Sure.
And then we only see we only will see the universe where you exist, right? So it's like a
That would be
self-selection
anthropic reasoning.
anthropic reasoning, right? So uh, I mean, if you are making the argument similar to this, so
Oh, no,
either
I'm
there are
not.
only two possibilities. If it's like a finite bound, then it is obviously fine tuned. If it is not a finite bound, then it only makes sense to have some kind of a multiverse hypothesis to make sense of the data, right?
So I would say that it's probably, maybe it's true that if you have an infinite bound, that that you would get that you would need some sort of multiverse to make sense of this. But it's not clear to me that supposing that there was some finite bound on the values that these parameters could take, that these parameters are genuinely fine-tuned with respect to that bound. That's the prime issue that I take.
So can you clarify it a bit more? I did not understand.
Yeah. So suppose that we have okay. So I'll take the example. Suppose that we have some variable that we think can vary between 0 and 100. And we measure it, and we find that it's only compatible with life when it's between 49.9 and 50.1. So in that case, the finite bound would make it, that would be a clear example of fine-tuning, right? It falls in a small range. It could have been much bigger. But what if the only values it could take were between 49.8 and 50.2, and compatibility with life was 49.9 to 50.1? Well, that wouldn't be fine-tuned. It takes up half of the probability space. So this is to say it's not clear that the constants that we have, it's not clear that the reasonable values for the bounds are large compared to the values over which you would have life, is what I'm getting at.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. So for that, I would say that let's just say whatever you said about 49.9 and variability that was actually allowed in the physical universe is let's say 49.8 and till 50, and 50% would be the range where life is allowed, 50% it is not allowed. So if you, I mean, let's just say that hypothetically that was something like that. I mean, it has to be very close to the fine-tuned range, actual condition in the universe, then only it would be able to explain the fine-tuning problem. I mean, it cannot be like the allowed range is actually like 1 and 99. Fine-tuned ranges around, as you said, 49.9 and 50, then it would not explain the fine-tuning, right?
Yeah. So I agree. So you would have to have essentially you would have to have that your finite range is close in size to the range that we measure that's compatible with life. I agree that would be necessary in order to assuage the fine-tuning argument without a multiverse. But my issue is that we have no control. As far as I can tell, there is no understanding of, let me back up. There are models of the universe that allow for very, very large ranges of these constants, but these are explicitly multiverse models. These are things like the string landscape and so on. If you take the string landscape seriously, then these constants can take on very large ranges, but also you have very large numbers of universes. So as far as I'm aware, there aren't really any models of the universe that don't also imply a multiverse that tell us anything about how big the range of these constants can be.
Right.
And so that's why I'm pretty agnostic about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I'm just saying that if the range is pretty broad, then the fine-tuning problem will still be there, whatever the reality is, right? If the range is not that wide, I mean, it's very narrow range in the actual reality, then don't you think the explanation still would be there? I mean, problem still will be there. Like, why is that whatever the thing that is constraining range of conditions, why is it so much allow? So why is it so? Why is the actual range so narrow that it allows for life? I mean, don't you think that would be still a problem?
I don't think so. And I'll give an example as to why. So imagine that you didn't know anything about geometry, right? We're in this universe. You don't know anything about geometry. And I ask you, what do you think the range of possibility is for the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter? Now, if you don't know anything about geometry, you just know what those words are, you might say, oh, it could be anything. But if you start to think about it more deeply, if you start to learn some more geometry, what you find is actually not only is the range of possible values small, it's actually a single value, right? It's just pi. And so I don't think that saying that the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter in Euclidean space is pi, I don't think that that's fine-tuned. I don't think that that requires further explanation. I think that's just a feature of the world. Like that it kind of had to be that way, if you know what I mean. So it's plausible to me that our constants could be like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So when you're saying that, so given your example, I mean, maybe I'm missing the point, but given your example, you're saying that it has to be some kind of necessity, like metaphysical or logical necessity.
Or mathematical, it could be.
Or mathematical,
Or and to be clear, I could give another, I could give a deeper, something that's perhaps more in line with what you're thinking of. So there is something called an LP norm. And an LP norm is essentially a way of measuring distances. And so if you choose different LP norms, then you get different values for what pi is. So like if you measure distances in a different way, then that means that your circles will be defined in a different way. And so you will get different values of these different values of pi. And so, for example, if we measured that that the only way that you could have life in our universe is if pi was somewhere between 3 and 3.2 or something, right? You might think that that's fine-tuned, even if you because like what if these LP norm, what if we lived in a universe with a different LP norm? But then you would go and you would do some analysis and you'd find that actually the only values that the LP norm, or the only values that pi can take on at integer values of the LP norm, or p as an integer rather, is between 3.14 whatever, what we call pi, and 4. So it wouldn't be a logical necessity that our universe has pi as 3. But it would be a logical necessity that our universe has a range between 3.14 and 4. And so it's at least like, it doesn't have to be the case that our constants are necessary, but it could be the case that the range over which the constants are necessary.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. So, so again, my counter argument will be very similar to the previous one. I mean, if I'm making the same error, you can correct me. So let's just say whatever your example you're giving about the LP norms, and the range is actually metaphysically necessary, that it cannot be any other region for this given structure, right? Whatever the structure is, if I'm right. But then the question would be, why this structure over something else?
Right, but now we have no control. Now, so it's a good question, but now you're asking, okay, that's equivalent to asking, why are the laws the way they are? Not the constants. Why are the laws the way they are? And
no. So here if I'm understanding correctly, you are talking about the constraint on the range of conditions that were allowed, or constants, right?
Yeah.
You constrain the actual range, actual allowable range, to very small variability by some kind of a structure that the universe will be, right?
Yeah. Well, or by some sort of like, some sort of mathematical relation that like, anything else would be incompatible with there being a universe at all.
Anything, okay. So maybe I'm missing something. So what I am saying is that if the universe, unless the universe had to proposing the
Sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out for a second. If the universe, and then I didn't hear anything else.
So if the universe had to have this kind of a structure, by necessity, by metaphysical necessity, unless something like that is true or provably true, that it appears to me that fine-tuning problem still remains, because you can have some other kind of structure that will allow, I mean, if based on my understanding of mathematics, it's like really fluid, like you can make any wide variety of
Right.
structures with all kinds of variations, right? So if I
Yeah.
am right, right.
So
are you understanding my point?
Yeah, I understand your point. So what I'm suggesting is that, and this is just like a broad explanation for why, why we measure some value to be the value that it is, right? It could either have to be that way, for whatever, in whatever sense of necessary that you want to imply it, like it has to, that value has to be that way. It couldn't have been any other way, or maybe it was randomly that way.
Random,
or maybe it was fixed that way by some external factor. This would be like a divine being. Or
it could be a divine being,
or maybe all of the ways were all of the ways were realized, and we just happened to be in this one. So those are kind of like as far as for any measurement that you make, those are the four explanations that you have generally, right?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, you explained it really.
And so what I'm getting at is that what the fine-tuning argument seems to be doing is it seems to be saying, if the universe is fine-tuned, and maybe it is, then that just rules out that it was random. But it doesn't really determine that it's not one of the other options. And so it seems like unless we have some reason to accept that it was fixed by some external factor, it seems like we're still just kind of in the dark about which of these three options is the one that correctly explains why we measure the value that we measure.
Okay. So, just trying to precisify what you said about the external factor. So, do you think there could be any other external factor, and leaving out the possibility of possible explanation of metaphysical necessity and some kind of a multiverse, like every possible condition is realized? Do you think there could be some other external factor that could constrain the allowed range, or not allowed range?
I mean, like if you take some external factor to be something that's not part of this universe and not part of some multiverse or something, then no. I mean, like it would kind of have to be like some external thing that has some some reason why it made things this way. I suppose in principle one could imagine, one could imagine that like this external factor is like mechanical in some way. Maybe that pushes the buck back, maybe not.
Hey, actually, I have to go somewhere.
Okay.
Sorry, can I come back after some time if that is okay with you? I mean, if you allow.
It depends on if I'm still up and if I'm talking to anyone at the time. I'd be happy to have this conversation with you either later today or at some other later date.
I'm really sorry. Actually, I have to. There is some experiment going on, and I have to.
No, you're totally fine. So Afzal, I would also recommend, I have a friend, his name is Ian. He also does live streams on YouTube and on TikTok.
Physically debunked?
Allegedly Ian?
Oh, no, maybe. Allegedly Ian. Yeah, okay.
Have you spoken with allegedly Ian? Because Ian also likes to talk about the fine-tuning stuff. You should.
I think he talks more to the religious theist. I mean, he has specified that he does not allow.
He does, but theistic. I have some pull. So if you want to talk to him about fine-tuning, because he's thought about it a lot, if you want to talk to him about fine-tuning, I can I'll let him know to like be on the lookout for you and to let you up.
Sure, that would be really nice. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So actually, if you just want to DM me on Discord, like what your YouTube name, or just how then he knows what to look for.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Okay, fine. I'll try.
You're on Discord now, so just right-click my name, click message, and then you can just send me your information. I'll tell him what to look for.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, Afzal, thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it. It was a delight.
Yeah.
And have fun with your experiment,
really
okay?
Talking to you.
All right, take care.
Yeah.
What a guy. This is the reason why we shouldn't be stereotyped with accents, because like, it can be very easy to want to disconnect people because their accent might be hard to understand, but he was super, super good faith and super interesting caller. So we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't disconnect people just because it's sometimes hard to understand them, right? Not to say that he was hard to understand. His accent was actually fairly clear. All right, let's read some super chats and then we'll move on to our next guest. Oh yeah, I need to write that down. To tell Ian to talk to. Oops. That's all. Okay. From Nektu with the $2. at TesseractCube, it's a paid debate if you donate. Oh, that's a good point. Technically true. From Tim Davidson with the $5. You know how everything evolves into crab? What's the first thing you do with a pair of tonsils? Sorry, a pair of tongs. Exactly. Oh, are we turning into crab? I'm pretty sure we're turning into crab. From Ampersand with the $5 New Zealand, you are good at communicating your vast knowledge in a way that's easy to understand. Have you considered collaborating with others like DC Debates? I have good news for you. DZ Debates and I, and another friend, have a weekly show. We do a live stream every Sunday. And it's me, Justin from Deconstruction Zone, who's DZ Debates, and allegedly Ian. And we're all friends. So you should go check it out. It's at Unapologetic on YouTube. Go check that out and you'll enjoy it. From Matthew with the $5, you should start pointing creationists to the book The Vital Question by Nick Lane. It describes the plausible chemical origins of life. Well, I haven't read it, so I'm not going to shill for a book, but you guys who are watching, you have your own judgment, so feel free to look it up if it seems interesting to you. And from Empiricist with the $2, don't put Andre Mistake from Discord on check chat. Like live chat? Okay. Well, thanks for the warning. And from Tim Davidson with the $5, Chuck Norris didn't die. He has no holds barred match with God, and God is the underdog. I just heard that Life lost an 86-year-long battle against Chuck Norris. Oh, he got put in prison. Okay, so I won't talk to him. Good. And from Richie the One with the 150 UYU, which I don't know what that is. UYU is Uruguayan pesos. I should have guessed. It's 372. Thank you so much. Hi, tonight, Icy Spin and Yerba Mate Talks will be doing a live stream of the sunset. Icy Spin in the northern hemisphere and Yerba Mate Talks in the south to show the sun going in opposite directions. Interesting. I will not be available, unfortunately, but that's interesting. All right, that is all of our super chats for now. Let's bring up our next guest. Let's talk to G. G, how's it going?
Hey, that's George. You can call me George.
George, great. George, do you believe in a god?
I do, but I don't believe in the normal, like, triple O version of God. I believe in a Spinoza. Do you know Spinoza?
Yeah, my issue with the Spinoza's God conception is that it seems like closer to pantheism, which it seems like is a linguistic dispute between pantheists and atheists than it is. It's more of a linguistic dispute than it is like a substantive dispute.
Sure. I mean, I half agree with you because I think the one thing that it does offer is it's a little bit more explanatorily coherent to me than like a totally atheistic view.
I mean, in your view, does the universe have a mind?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay. In what sense does it have a mind?
So, my personal view is that there's a God with infinite attributes, including an infinite mind, and that everything else that comes out of that is just a mode of that God. For example, like, I mean, I'm not sure how familiar you are with these terms, but like if I say my hand is a substance, then a fist is a mode of my hand. Like a fist can't exist without my hand, but my hand can exist without a fist. And the reason why I prefer this view, I mean, as a physicist myself, is I just don't like the idea of like brute fact and explanation.
I don't think you need a brute fact. What's the brute fact that you need if you don't hold this view?
Well, I mean, I feel like whatever explanatory train you go down, you eventually just run into, well, things had to be that way.
That's not a brute fact, though. That would be a necessity, right?
Isn't it? Isn't it like the fact that it's an...
So necessities are things that generally could not have been any other way. Brute facts are generally, and this just might be a linguistic discussion, not discussion, but clarification. A brute fact would be something that could have been another way, but isn't. And there's no explanation as to why.
So I don't 100% see that, though. because you don't have a guarantee that everything is the way it is because of necessity.
I mean, no, that it's true. We don't have that guarantee, but that's at least like epistemically possible, right? Like it could be the case that, you know, we don't understand the world, but once we do fully understand the world, we'll understand, well, it had to be this way because it had to be this way. But look, so perhaps a way that we can go about this conversation is I could ask you, how does the existence of this infinite mind explain why, or how does the existence of this infinite mind terminate that explanation chain?
For a second there, could you like repeat that?
Yeah. So how does the existence of this infinite mind, through which everything that is within our universe is merely a mode of it, how does the existence of this thing terminate the explanatory chain in like a satisfactory way?
Because the way that I understand it is that more than an infinite mind, it's an infinite, well, it has infinite attributes, which means it can be understood through itself, if that kind of makes sense.
Well, I mean, look, so
as in,
so let's say that let's suppose, I mean, you're a physicist, so you know we both know that this is not the mainstream view, but suppose for a moment that like the universe actually did begin with a big bang, right? Like it began with a big bang, and you know there was like an actual singularity. So then, under your view, the explanation would be something like, this is the way that this infinite mind wanted it to be. What would be the explanation?
So I'm also a little bit of a determinist, as in like things had to be this way because of the nature of this infinite substance, whatever you want to call it. Because
so
of the nature of
that just seems like you're going back to necessity.
Yeah, no, sorry. My point is like I have my view of God as like a guaranteed necessity compared to things that could or could not be brute fact.
Right. So why is it having a mind necessary? Why is that? And I don't mean necessary in like the contingency versus necessity contention. I mean like what part of it having a mind, or what part of it not having a mind would make the view incoherent?
Again, this is a little bit of a linguistic thing. Like the example I like to go to is if you think of a chess game, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I can explain it like I don't know, e4, e5, for example.
Sure.
But I could an equally valid explanation would be one human being moves their hand and picks up a chunk of matter and moves it 2 inches, and the other one moves it another piece of matter 2 inches.
Sure.
And the reason that I like this comparison is because I like to think that there's an underlying substance unifying things like mind and body. I don't necessarily think mind and body are like really distinct from each other. I just think that there's something underlying that unifies them. And in order to have something unifying them, it should be something with both of those attributes.
That's a little troublesome of a metaphysics though, right? And the reason I say that is because now you're saying not only are there two distinct substances, mind and matter, or mind
I'm not necessarily saying they're distinct. I'm just saying like our concept of mind and body may just appear to be distinct because they're different explanations for one like thing, the same thing.
I see. But so just to be clear, it does sound like you're saying that there is some additional thing beyond the physical that explains the physical, and it explains the mental as well. Is that what you're saying?
I don't necessarily think I would 100% say that. I mean, I think that there are things beyond the physical in the sense that there are things that we can't access that are part of this infinite substance thing, which is what I call God. So like everything that is this God, including the physical. The God isn't necessarily external to it because the system can be explained from within itself.
Okay, so the being that, or the thing, the substance that you're talking about, would it be correct to say it has a mind, or that like mind emerges from it? Which would you say is more accurate?
I suppose mind emerges from it because it's an interpretation of the substance.
So then it just seems like your view is compatible with like some sort of physical monism.
Yeah.
Right?
But the thing is, the reason why I prefer this from straight, like, from straight atheism, where you don't necessarily believe that substance exists at all.
Well, no, I mean,
like I
look, you can be an atheist and absolutely think that there is some deeper substance. Like for example, you're a physicist, so you'll know what I'm talking about. Like, we think of like electrons as being things. Oh, when you're off the app, I can't hear you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Apologies, my headphones disconnected.
No, you're good. Can you hear me now? Yeah. So you're a physicist, so you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We think of electrons as being like physical things. Like they're
Sure.
the kind of thing, like you can't really hold them, but like you can like, you know, not hold them with your hands, but perhaps hold them with like magnetic fields or something like this, right? Like these are physical, these are like objects, right? And so, but we know that really the best way to describe these are as, you know, excitations in an electron field. And the state of that electron field is perhaps best captured by like a single vector in an extremely large Hilbert space or something like this. So you could you could hold the view, you could be an atheist, by the way, and hold the view that the fundamental underlying structure of everything is like some third, like it'd be hard to call it physical, but it'd be like some vector in some Hilbert space, not like the mathematical description, but it's like some kind of thing that is well described by a single vector in a Hilbert space. And if you take that view, then you still have the view that there is some underlying thing that's not quite physical, it's not quite mental, it's something deeper than that. And from that thing, all things emerge. But if you take that view, you can absolutely still be an atheist, right? And so it just seems like that, it seems like that the pantheist or the Spinoza's, and this is why I say that the Spinozan view is almost seems like it's very much a linguistic dispute, because it seems like the
I agree.
The essential features of the ideas are completely compatible with atheism.
Yeah. I suppose so. The reason why I do prefer Spinoza, I mean, for me, I feel like a Judeo-Christian vision of God is a little bit incoherent.
Sure.
But I do still believe in like a necessary being.
What do you mean by
don't know
a
if that
being
is necessary? Well, I mean, now that you mentioned it, I do kind of see how your description of like a huge vector in a Hilbert space would make sense. Like, it's just my
like there just has to be something, right? Like, yeah, I'm sympathetic to the view that there is probably something that's like deeper than like just fields, right? Or deeper than like electrons and neutrons and protons and neutrinos and photons and all. Like there's something. It seems like there should be something deeper than that, something in some sense simpler even. But yeah. I don't see why. Like when people use the word God, they usually mean like some being with like a mind, I should say, not like from which minds emerge. It has some sort of agency or something like this. And so it just isn't clear to me that like that's not what you mean. So why? And that is what theists mean, right? So it seems like your view is compatible with atheism. You just don't like the term.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm going to be honest. I haven't given much thought to the Spinozan view of God because I've been more focused on like describing the problems of his interpretations with mind and body. Like, for example, how come you have ideas of external things and whatever. But now I think about it, I do just find it difficult to imagine consciousness emerging from something like that.
So,
because I don't like, obviously saying that it has a mind is not necessarily what Spinoza would like to say.
Right.
Because you want something like simple that still has sort of infinite attributes or infinite interpretations, however you want to put it. So it's just difficult to me to, actually you can go first.
So I can give you perhaps something that, and look, this isn't a proof by any means, but maybe it'll help pump your intuition here that like minds, even though minds seem like very, very different, and it seems like they can't be decomposed to something simpler, I can at least give you some intuition as to like that this is not, perhaps this is not something surprising that we shouldn't expect physical things can do. So there is, you're familiar with the halting problem, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a way that you can, and I love when physicists do this. This is the funniest thing. So you can take, there's a way that you can encode the halting problem into a Lagrangian. for like some, you know, quantum field theory. And the point is that, or sorry, let me rephrase. There is a way that, what's the best way to phrase this? Essentially, you can have a system that's emergent from some more fundamental physical system. So the dynamics of you can have like some fundamental physical system that when you zoom out, it has different properties. This is generally what emergence is about. But usually the way that we understand emergence is that we think of it as like, oh, well, if only you had enough computing power, if only you knew enough about the system, then you could predict the behavior of the emergent system just by studying the fundamental stuff. And people see that and are like, okay, well, that doesn't seem plausible for consciousness, for minds. Like, in some way, it seems so far removed, it seems so disconnected that you can't really talk about the mind, you can't solve for what the mind is doing based off of the fundamental stuff. Fine, I get the contention. But this is all to say, there have been constructions made of, like, you know, quantum field theories where the emergent quantity, or if it is the case that the emergent quantity could be adequately described by the fundamental fields, then there would be a solution to the halting problem. Like, these are equivalent. Solving the halting problem is equivalent to showing that the fundamental fields fully describe the emergent features, that you can essentially solve for the emergent features based off of the fundamental features. And we know that there is no solution to the halting problem. Like, this is provably true. And so this is an example of, like, just like a normal, like, obviously it's theoretical, but it's like just a physical system that you can write down the formulas for, whose emergent properties are completely uncomputable, completely undescribable in terms of the fundamental system. And yet you can prove that it still emerges from that fundamental system. So it's at least that at least weakens the intuition for me that, like, there's no possible way that minds could emerge from more fundamental stuff, because there's a lot of things that, like, there are a lot of ways that you could have a fundamental stuff that gives rise in an emergent way to something that just cannot be fully described by the fundamental stuff anymore. It's just something to think about. It's just an intuition pump, that's all.
I do get the intuition, but at the same time, if you consider mind to be, like, I consider mind to be modally distinct from the body, as in, like, your fist is modally distinct from your hand. The only way, or like your fist is, I guess, more a better way to describe it would be your fist is modally distinct from, like, what your hand, like a palm, or like doing a high five. You can't really describe a palm in terms of the fist without using the hand, right? The same way, I don't think you can describe, like, consciousness without the physical, but you can't describe physical without the conscious. And even if you have a simple system, you still, like, don't you still require some kind of mechanism of emergence, which is the part that I understand your intuition, and I think it's a good intuition, but we just have, like, no idea at all how consciousness is emergent, apart from,
I mean, that's true.
You can make a case for, yeah.
But, like, I mean, look, so okay, there's a few things to say. So my contention would be that that a palm versus a fist is not the correct conceptual analogy for, you know, the physical versus the mental. It would be, the mental would be the hand, and the fist would be the mental. Sorry, the physical would be the hand, the fist would be the mental. That would, at least if what I'm proposing is true, then that would be the correct analogy. And I guess the point is that you're right. Like, we don't have any understanding as to where or how the mental emerges from the physical. Like, if it is the case that the mental emerges from the physical, then we have no understanding as to how this happens, not even, like, close to it. But, you know, we also don't have any understanding as to how, like, you know, a single person's experiences give rise to, like, complex like socio-political or geo-socio-political situations. Like, that step is just as wide. Like, you can't go, like, there is no way that you can go from psychology to deriving all of geopolitics, right? Like, we have no idea how that would happen. And yet we understand that, like, obviously geopolitics is, like, emergent from, like, the behaviors of many minds, right? And so it just seems like, yeah, okay, so we don't know how it's done, but that doesn't mean that it is, like, metaphysically impossible.
Metaphysical impossible to describe the mental in terms of the physical?
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose, but that's just speculative.
Well,
Like,
yeah, but I mean, so is saying that like the mental cannot arise from the physical, right?
It's just the view that I have now seems more or less coherent with an idea of a God that has a property of the mental.
Yeah, I mean, look. So if you posit that there exists, some kind of substance that gives rise to both the mental and the physical, and it's some more fundamental thing, then yeah, you would have an easier time explaining. Oh, do you want me to start over?
Yeah. Sorry, my Wi-Fi is really bad right now. So
no, you're fine. So if it was the case that there exists some quantity or some substance that, or from which both the mental and the physical emerge, then I agree, you would have an easier time explaining how the mental emerges and how the physical emerges, and you wouldn't have to link the mental to the physical or vice versa. But
yeah,
all you're doing by supposing such a thing is that instead of saying I think it's possible that the mental emerges from the physical, you're inventing a new kind of thing, and you're saying I think it's possible that the mental emerges from that thing. And that's just like it seems like we're doing the same thing, but you're introducing another entity.
Sure, but the properties of that entity can be understood through itself. No, if it has infinite.
Well, that I don't know. That I don't understand at all. I don't know what it means to understand a thing through itself.
I'm trying to think how best to describe this. If you imagine you have a substance with, I'm trying to think if there's something in set theory I can draw an analogy to, but okay, let's take the set of the integers, for example.
Sure.
It has infinite elements in the sense that it has every single integer, and it has the properties of addition and multiplication defined because you have.
Okay, so we're talking about the ring, the integer ring, if you will.
Yeah. I'm basically proposing that my God is like that, like a ring, in the sense that we derive everything from that, but also in the sense that it still has properties in itself that you need to get things like consciousness through. And that because you have things like consciousness, I mean, I'm kind of stuck on your point about how I can demonstrate that like consciousness is an aspect, like an attribute of this infinite substance. Because that's a bit of a leap, but like either way, it's a leap.
So when you say it's an attribute, it sounds like, yeah. What sense of an attribute? So are you saying that like we can say that, I don't know, electric charge is an attribute of some physical substances? Are you saying it's an attribute in that, or let's say non-zero electric charge, right? Are you saying that that consciousness is an attribute in that sense, namely that like there is a like this is the kind of thing that has consciousness?
Okay, so I heard the first part of that question.
So are you saying that like
yeah?
So I can just repeat it. So like in the same way that electrons are the kind of things that have non-zero charge, but neutrinos are not. So we would say that electrons have this attribute because this is just a property of them. Would you say that this substance that you're referring to has the attribute of consciousness in the same way, that it just is like one of the properties that this thing has?
No, because it's difficult to explain, because that would imply that there's another substance that doesn't have this property. But it's more like saying like this substance has the concept of charge, the same way that you can't really describe charge through mass, right? You can't really describe body through mind. Is the way that I see it.
But you're not. But so. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what's going on here. So
sorry,
no, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. It's an interesting conversation. So you're trying to say something like, look, let's just talk about mass and charge. So it's not as charged, if you will.
Yeah.
So you're trying to say, look, there is this thing charge, and I'm talking as if I was you. You would be saying, look, there is this thing charge, and I don't think it's possible that you can describe this thing charge, this property of things charge, in terms of this property of things mass, right? I don't think that those two things I don't think that one can explain the other. I think that there's something deeper that has both of those properties. Is that what you're saying?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. And so, but doesn't this not explain, okay, so this does, in some sense, this does kind of propose that there are two different kinds of properties, mental properties and physical properties.
Yeah.
And it doesn't explain why there are, or why we should think that there are, right?
Well, there's certainly a distinction between the two. It's just whether you consider it like modal or real. And I consider it modal, but there is still a distinction between the two.
Okay. Well, I mean, but there's another possible distinction, right? It could be like a hierarchical distinction.
Like consciousness arising from the physical.
Yeah, or like the same way that, like, yes, Microsoft Word is distinct from the CPU, but like Microsoft Word is lower in the hierarchy than the CPU is. You know what I mean? Maybe that was a bad analogy, but
yeah, no,
there's some sort of like hierarchical relationship there. So okay, so we have these two categories, and it's not clear what the relationship between the two categories are. Why, like, what kinds of two distinct categories there are. But okay, so then, okay, maybe I can understand why this is, like, what the view is. Okay, so I can see where you're coming from. So then, with regards to that view, they have this substance that just has two different kinds of properties, and those two different kinds of properties are what they are. These like distinct concepts. Why is it that, or how do these distinct concepts talk to each other?
Yeah, so this is the
interaction problem.
Like, yeah, interaction problem. Because they have the same underlying origin, I would say. Everything mind can be understood through the best way to put it is like a little bit difficult because it's different from a sort of direct Cartesian like dualism where you believe they're
it's like a property dualism.
Like completely,
it's like a property dualism. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But clearly, the properties of the mind, I imagine this is your view, maybe not. The properties of the mind are supposed to have some sort of influence on the properties of the physical, and perhaps vice versa.
Yes.
So that my question is just, how do those properties talk to each other?
Well, in the same way that you can have I suppose the analogy is if you have like a particle, let's say, that has charge and mass, it's still affected by both forces of gravity and forces of
and like if you apply some force to, if you apply some electric force to it, then its acceleration will be determined by the electric force and the mass, sure. But in that case, we have like some physical mechanism, right? But here we're trying to say, and maybe this is just like an issue I'm having with understanding it, but it seems like in this case we're trying to say that there isn't a physical mechanism that produces that relationship. And so it's just, what is it? What kind of what allows for a a relationship between those things if it's not some physical thing?
Would you consider force to be a physical thing?
Generally, yeah. I mean, I take like a kind of geometric view, but yeah, I would say so. Depends on how you define physical, but yeah.
Well, I think that in defining physical, there's an important distinction. Like, do you mean with respect to like extension as physical, or?
So, and I know that this is very dissatisfactory. I actually think that physical is probably really poorly defined. I don't. It's either really poorly defined or really overspecified. The view that I take is that, like, look, if you can write down equations that perfectly encapsulate some phenomenon, or, you know, encapsulate it to whatever degree of uncertainty that we have with our measuring devices, whatever it might be, or, you know, the way whatever those equations might describe it, it gets it correct to whatever degree we can check. Then I would say that, like, in some sense, that's supposed to be the stuff that you're describing with those equations. Those are the things that are supposed to be physical. And so, by the way, the reason why I think that this is probably pretty unsatisfactory is because what this means is that, like, suppose that souls were real and that souls were describable mathematically. This would then mean that souls are just in the purview of physics, which, you know, maybe maybe that's unsatisfactory because we think that souls are supposed to be non-physical. But, like, I don't know. I feel like if you can run tests on them and you can predict their behavior mathematically, then, like, they may as well be physical, right?
I sort of agree, but at the same time, the definition, it implies things that we consider to be entirely abstract as physical, doesn't it? Like, for example, I don't know if you watched 3:1 Brown, but he did a recent video on, like, super high dimensional spheres. Would you consider that to be physical if we can explain their behavior through?
No,
like
because there's not so the physical stuff is the stuff that we are describing, right? The stuff that you're, like, checking and then your mathematics is good. It, like, checks against it correctly.
Oh, so you value, like, the empiricism of part of the.
Well, yeah. So the physical stuff should be the kind of stuff that you can. It's some kind of, like, it's a kind of stuff, right? It's some substance, if you will, that can then be described physically or described mathematically.
Okay.
Yeah. And, like, so, you know, the view that I take on mathematics is that, like, and, you know, I do mathematics as, you know, I sometimes wear the mathematician's hat. The view that I take is that it's like playing chess almost. Like, it's not like chess doesn't really exist out there in the world. Like, there's no laws of chess, but we, like, invented these things to, like, you know, do some you know, mental exercises or really, like, try to think about the way that we think about things and so on and so forth. So, like, I wouldn't say that the physical stuff. I wouldn't say that the 6-dimensional hyperspheres are physical because I wouldn't say that there's a substance that corresponds to them.
Wait, I'm kind of lost at this point. Like, where was the original point?
It's fine. My point is, so I was just giving you a definition of what physical is, of, like, how I understand physical, and it seems like that we need some sort of mechanism or some sort of explanation for how the mental properties interact with the physical properties, and just saying, there is some mechanism in analogy with physics. Well, the reason why we have mechanisms in physics is because they're physical. There are physical mechanisms. So, like, what's the kind of like what's the mechanism that we use here to describe this relationship between the mental and the physical properties?
Sure. I mean, obviously, like, right now I can't give you, like, a perfect explanation because then we'd already have an answer to the question. Right. But certainly a lot of, like, these metaphysical speculations are necessarily non-empirical. And because of that, I don't think there would ever be a satisfying answer either way.
So that you would say that there's not really a way for, there's not really a way to, there's not really, like, you would say that there isn't even in principle an answer to the interaction problem, kind of by definition?
It's a little bit unsatisfying to say that, though, because, like,
it is because the original contention was that you're not okay with brute facts, right? Brute facts, things not having an explanation is really dissatisfying. But now we end up with something that doesn't have an explanation.
It's just, I do kind of feel that the modal if you go with a modal distinction picture, you don't need interaction because then it's just a linguistic problem. And, like, the mind and the body are just, like, different linguistic tracks to explain the same thing.
So your view, so the modal distinction.
Necessarily.
Oh, sorry. Finish. Go ahead.
You can go first.
So the modal distinction description doesn't allow for interaction, it seems like.
No, because they're identical. Everything mind is identical to something physical. For example, my idea of, I don't know, I'm looking at a window right now. My idea of a window is identical to like how neurons fire and what reflects in my eyes and stuff like that.
Wait a minute, now I'm confused. I thought the modal distinction was like how like a balled up hand is a fist, but like how a stretched out hand is a palm.
Yeah, but they're the same underlying thing. Like,
oh, that's what you're saying.
But they're still identical to. Actually, that's.
So the underlying stuff is identical, but there's different. Are you saying that there's different descriptions of the same thing? So are you saying that there's like different descriptions of the same thing?
Sure, but then there's still something underlying that is not necessarily either of those things. And
yeah, okay.
In saying that, now your halting problem analogy, like that was a very good analogy, but it's still unsatisfying to me because that still just kind of says like, oh, we don't know how it's possible that these things can emerge from something, but we know that they do emerge from something. It's just also equally unsatisfying because you're just saying, oh, we don't know how that could happen, but we do know that it does happen.
Yeah, so, and look, like this is probably not what people came here for because, you know, this view is very, very close to atheism. In fact, I would argue that it's like, I would argue that you can be an atheist and hold the identical view that you've described. You would just say that there's some deeper substance that grounds both the mental and the physical, and that's that. Like, I don't really see how that would make you a theist or a pantheist even. Maybe it would make you a panpsychist. I don't see how that would make you. It does? Yeah, okay, sure. But I don't. Good, good. You should be. That's consistent. But it doesn't seem like the Spinoza's conception, and like sure, this is like a fair description of Spinoza's conception. It's just Spinoza was using the word God to describe something
for
that
nature.
well, to describe something deeper that we don't understand. But it just like it seems like it's overburdening the word God to refer to something that nobody else refers to it that way. You know.
So I mean, like being honest for a minute, the main reason why I believe in God is probably the main reason why Spinoza used God in his text is because like when studying things like math, physics, philosophy, and like what we consider to be fundamental to the universe, I find it genuinely more exciting if this is kind of left for us to discover, even if it's left for us by the universe, or if it's left for us by a being.
Sure,
it's left for us by something underlying.
Sure,
and that's why I consider myself a theist.
I mean, I can see that. Like, I can see the appeal to that. But that probably isn't an argument for theism in as much as it is an argument for using the same language that theists use.
Certainly, yeah.
It's definitely an interesting perspective. George, I'm going to let you go because I have some stuff to go over and your Wi-Fi connection looks like it's terrible. But I do want to thank you for being here. It was an interesting conversation, certainly. And he was teacupped anyway. What a kind and interesting person. All right, we have some super chats to read. We have some very, very generous people to read. Some super chats, some cash apps. So let's start, shall we? So from Curtis Martin with the $75. Thank you so much, Curtis. You look beautiful today. Well, I wish I could see you because your heart is beautiful. Let's get a whole bunch of W Curtises in the chat. And from Brett the Guitar Hero with the $100. Well, people are just being kind today because I'm having surgery on Monday. That's why. That's what's happening here. That's what's happening here. I know that you wouldn't normally. No, I appreciate it regardless. From Brett the Guitar Hero. Dr. Blitz, I'm a longtime follower of yours. I wanted to tell you that you and your wife are in my thoughts, and I hope you get good news and the surgery goes well. I hope so too. If you guys didn't know, I'm having surgery on Monday. some pretty major surgery on Monday. I don't know how long I will be out of commission for a while, because the recovery time will be pretty long. It could be a few weeks at minimum, really. So, you know, it might take some time. You might not be a while till you hear from me again after Monday. But that is the world that we live in. From L'Oreal Ashley sending 10 Dr. Blitz gift memberships. That's like a $50 value, by the way. So thank you so much, L'Oreal. Now 10 people have access to the the debate notes that I use for all these discussions, and I reference them, and I have a whole bunch of sources, which are really great for a lot of you. Especially if you get into God debates over Thanksgiving or something, having these debate notes could be helpful. So I appreciate that, L'Oreal, and now 10 people have access to the emojis as well on YouTube. And from Lazy Wagon with the 2 Canuck bucks, what do you do to keep your hair so shiny? I shower every day? I don't know. Maybe my hair's just shiny. We also have some cash apps to read. $100 from Philip, last name, for philosophical and intellectual value of you plus our lives. I appreciate you so much, Philip. It's very, very generous. You guys are being very, very kind. From Joshua with the $50 for some good food and IPAs this weekend. This is from Math Josh. IPA, I can't do alcohol. I can't do alcohol before the surgery, unfortunately, but I do appreciate it. I will try to eat some good food. I am going to see a movie and have a good time because I probably won't be eating for a while afterwards. So I do appreciate that, and I'll try to take advantage of the generous donation. It's much appreciated. From John last name for wow, debunked with Quran Bible text. Impressive. With the $10. Thank you so much, John. You guys are very sweet today. I do appreciate it. You have afraid to God, said somebody whose language skills could use some updating, although they speak more than one language, so I can't be mad at them for that. All right, should we bring up our next guest? There was somebody who was in the guest box and now they're not. I don't know where they are. Do you want to bring up You Have Afraid to God of Israel? Maybe we bring up You Have Afraid to God of Israel. Let's talk to him. Alejandro. Wasn't there a song about Alejandro?
Hello.
Alejandro, how's it going?
Well, Yahweh is Baal, Moloch is a god of Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, so Alejandro, what do you believe in a god?
God is Baal, Moloch. I don't believe in that shit.
Okay, well, neither
is
do I.
a
I'm an
killer.
atheist. I'm an atheist, so...
But you're not an atheist because God
I'm not.
is an alien, is an extraterrestrial killer. God is an extraterrestrial reptile killer.
Are you?
Look, your fucking
Is this
government.
a troll? Is this a troll?
Your fucking government, United
Whose
States,
government?
is a fucking terrorist. Is a fucking terrorist
Okay.
like Israel. They
Okay.
kill children. They
Okay.
kill kids.
Yeah.
They kill
Uh-huh.
little girls.
Yeah.
For that
Okay.
reason.
Yeah.
For that God.
Okay. I don't
This
believe
God
in. I don't
is a
believe in that
fucking
God.
Killer.
Okay.
Okay, you are instead or not, motherfucker?
What?
Trump is a pedophile.
Okay. What does this have to
Like
do with whether or not a
God
God exists?
He's a killer. Yahweh
Yeah?
is a killer, licer,
Okay.
reptilian, extraterrestrial.
Okay. Why do you think that? Why do you think that the God of the Israelites is an extraterrestrial?
Because they kill our kids. With
No, I'm asking why do you think that they?
with
Why do you think?
fire.
You're not answering my question, Alejandro.
Fire from the sky.
Alejandro, I'm asking like why you think that there is aliens that exist that have visited us.
In all cultures, there is many histories of the other gods from the space, like Mahabharata, the India. Mahabharata,
Well, I don't think that they.
Ramayana.
I don't think that they
You
knew that they were
don't
from
know
space.
Nothing about the other books of the
Yeah,
other.
I mean, I've read the
You
Upanishads.
don't know
I've read the
nothing
Bhagavad Gita.
about the other gods, motherfuckers. You don't know nothing.
Alejandro, what time is it for you?
You don't know nothing.
Well, apparently you don't know what time it is. Alejandro, what time is it?
666, the number of the beast.
That's not a time.
Yeah, motherfuckers. It's the
That would be
time
like
for
that would be
die.
706,
It's
I
the
guess.
time for die. It's the time. It's the time for die.
Alejandro, what time is it?
You stupid.
Alejandro,
Americans.
Alejandro, can you-
Americans, idiot.
Alejandro, can you
Americans, idiot.
Alejandro, can you draw me a clock, please?
The CIA launched missile in the Twin Towers. The Twin
Can you draw me a
Towers.
clock, Alejandro, please?
The Twin Towers are a holocaust for Yahweh, Adonai, Baal. The Twin Towers.
Alejandro,
Eyes.
can you draw
kill
me a
children.
Alejandro?
Eyes.
All right, we
Trying
gotta
to
cut him
kill
short.
you.
We gotta cut him short. That was. Look, he wasn't wrong about some of that stuff, but like, he might be. Maybe he escaped from somewhere. I don't know, man. Okay, let's talk to Brandon. Maybe Brandon won't shout at me about aliens. Brandon, how's it going?
Hey, Dr. Blitz, I'm here to shout at you about aliens.
Oh no! Okay, go ahead. No. So
No,
Brandon,
I'm good, man.
Brandon, do you believe in a god?
I do, yes.
And which one would that be, just so I don't make any bad assumptions about you?
I am a Christian.
Okay, great. So why should I be a Christian?
So, I think I would start further back. I think I have a better argument for like a deistic like God from first principles, and then the Christian thing is like in addition to.
So when you say deistic, do you mean a god that still has properties like omniscience and omnipotence, but maybe not omnibenevolence?
Well, I guess I deliberately leave it even vaguer than that. I think I'm
So then what do you
talking about,
mean by the god that you're talking about?
yeah, something that is at the peak of an objective value hierarchy.
The peak of an objective value hierarchy. Okay. Just a quick question, how much of a fan are you of Jordan Peterson?
I have mixed opinions about Jordan Peterson. I'm not making a Jordan Peterson argument that I've heard him say and parroting it. Don't worry. Yeah.
Okay. As long as we're not doing, it depends on what you mean by believe. As long as we're not doing that, then it's fine. Okay.
We are
so
safe here. Okay.
That is certainly okay. So you mean something? Does this thing have a mind that you're talking about?
So it could or could not. I think that it is linked to mind. I can just start the argument. I don't think it'll take very long if you want to.
We can, but I just want to clarify, because like if the thing that you produce an argument for does not have a mind, then in my view it's consistent with atheism.
Yeah, sure.
So it seems like you're going to really have to argue that whatever this is, whatever thing that you end up arguing for, it has to have a mind of some kind or some sort of agency or something.
Yeah, so I come to that conclusion in the end with Christianity. I guess if I skip forwards to that bit, I think that the only way that we could reasonably know that this being has a mind would be through divine revelation. I don't think we could deduce that this being has a mind. I think it would have to manifest itself in the material world in some way such that we can recognize the agency of a being that is beyond. So
the reason why I think that these are important questions is because let's say I just grant the entirety of your argument, everything up until we get this kind of vague deistic thing that may or may not have a mind, and it seems like even if I grant all of that, it seems like okay, I can still sit pretty in my atheism because we haven't demonstrated that this thing definitely has a mind. So it seems like the argument for theism, the argument for a god, insofar as the argument for some sort of being with a mind that has these other properties I imagine that you're going to introduce, that has to come from divine revelation, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think so.
So then, why don't we just start there? Because if I just grant everything else, then I'm still then you haven't convinced me to believe in a god yet.
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely, we can do that. Sounds good. So, do you have any intuition whatsoever as to what might credibly be recognized by yourself as divine revelation?
I mean, I can speculate. I imagine that if I, if I had some sort of sense of like hearing things or seeing things along the lines as that which is described by, say, like in the Hebrew Bible of, Moses seeing the burning bush. I imagine that if I saw something similar, I might come to a similar conclusion.
Yeah. Do you think that it would be reasonable to entertain the idea that you were just having some kind of mental break? Like, I think
that one should do that. I think that that's like if you're trying to be like perfectly rational, then you should evaluate your sense experiences and see which are most likely to happen. I think that generally speaking, people don't do that. I think that most of the time people will believe their firsthand experiences almost to a fault, just because it's very, very hard to say, I can't trust the things that I built my entire worldview on, because most people build their worldviews off of their experiences. So I think that despite how rational I want to be, despite how rational I claim to be, I think that if I had some sort of experience that is in line with what would be called some sort of divine revelation or divine experience, I would probably become religious, or at least I'd become a believer.
Yeah, for sure. I guess it would still leave questions like, why me now? Surely we would want a revelation that is more general, that is accessible to more people than a personal one. Like, that's certainly what I might be asking if I had such an experience. And credibility would be added if I and others with me had the same experience, right?
Yeah, so I give this example often. Like if I'm just hanging out watching a movie with my wife or something like this, and then, I see Jesus appear in my living room, just kind of like poofs into existence. And then I rub my eyes and he's still there. And then I'm like, hey, who are you? And he says, yeah, I'm Jesus. I'm back. This is the second coming. And then I turn to my wife and I'm like, you see him? And she's like, yeah, I see him. And then I pull out my phone and I'm like, oh, well, the phone's recording him. And then he goes over to the sink. He turns on the sink and then he snaps his fingers and then wine comes out. That would be way more believable than just me having the experience.
Yeah, for sure. So with that criteria in mind, when I personally got to this point where I believed in this vague deistic God and was asking myself, well, how could I even in principle know more about this being? I was trying to come up with a methodology to just discern what could be divine revelation. And some of the criteria I was coming to were things like multiple attestation of these revelatory acts that ideally might take place over a time frame where it is clear that it couldn't be any one person or one people group that were orchestrating this message. I thought that perhaps it might be best if it had some kind of narrative structure to it, at least that it was working towards a goal, because that's what agents do. And so if this agent is trying to reveal that it's an agent, there will be a cumulative narrative to the revelation spread over a larger period of time with multiple people attesting to it and adding to it, and that it would likely have events that don't appear to have material causes within it, miracles.
Yeah, so that would be plausible. I would add a few criteria. It should appear in a time where we can adequately record these events. Record them however you want. Maybe whoever it's happening to should be able to record it themselves. Ideally through audio visual stuff, but maybe that's not the case. If you wanted to happen over a period of time, maybe only the last bits would be audio visual and the beginning bits would be merely written if you wanted it to appear over a few hundred years. I would also expect it to kind of be globally distributed. These events would be globally distributed around the same time periods. And it seems like Christianity meets neither of those criteria. The events didn't.
Which two?
The events or the ability to be recorded by the people that it happened to, and the and ideally in an audiovisual way. and the idea that these events took place like in the same period of time to like globally and not just in a small localized region. And the reason why I say that is because it's not clear at all who wrote any of the Christian Gospels. We have no idea who wrote the Hebrew Bible. In fact, it's expected that there are many, many authors over hundreds of years that compiled from stories what the Hebrew Bible was, and we have no idea who those people were. We have no idea if these people were people that claimed, I should say the 5 books of Moses. I shouldn't say the Hebrew Bible. Some of the Hebrew Bible we know more about. The 5 books of Moses, like these claimed stories, we have no idea who wrote them. We have no idea if the people who wrote them are the people who had these things happen to them allegedly, or if they're the, the descendants of people who had these things happen to them. So we don't really have any sort of like recorded, like actual recorded testimony, right? From like the people that it happened to, whether it's audiovisual or whether even if it's just written down. And we also have that all of the events described in the entirety of the Christian tradition take place over a region that's like, I don't know, a few hundred miles across. And so you're leaving out basically the entire population. Like there were no similar attestations at a similar time in like Southeast Asia or in Mesoamerica. These things just weren't happening. And so it's a little bit surprising that if the goal was to spread this as wide as possible so that it could be as undisputed as possible, one would think that you would want to have these stories appearing simultaneously in different parts of the world.
Yeah, I hear you. So as to the audio-visual thing, I completely see the intuition there. But weirdly, I think that actually is only lending credibility in a very, very short time window, especially given with AI video production and stuff now. In 10 years' time, the fact that there's a video of it will not be proof that it happened. And so the window of time in which that is like extra credible is actually quite narrow. We're talking like the mid 20th century,
50 years
like
or so,
beginning of the 21st. Yeah.
So that's why I said, like, if you wanted it to be spread out over a few hundred years, then you could have started it at like the beginning of the Enlightenment era, and then you could have ended it in like, the year 2000, and that would have been a particularly fun time to, end things, like just as well, I guess the year 2000 wouldn't be the year 2000 if history were different, but the point is that you could have like
the
like
relative
this
time zone. Yeah.
The whatever the relative appropriate thing is, this being would have known that like, audio-visual stuff was only trustworthy if it was produced before XYZ time, and so we're just going to have the most miraculous thing happen right at that time, right before things start becoming untrustworthy again. And that seems like that would be the most efficient way to reveal itself, to make sure that everybody believes it, especially in a time when everybody's interconnected, so you don't need this to happen everywhere simultaneously.
I hear you. So that sounds plausible, but I guess it's hard to compare counterfactuals in this with any like huge certainty, because who knows how history plays out differently. If, for example, Christianity wasn't, it wouldn't be the year 2000, as you pointed out. But I get your intuition.
It just seems weird, right? Like, why show up at a time where basically nobody knows how to write, where there's no way to record things, in sort of like an objective way. They don't like, even the people who did know how to write. I'm not sure there is
a way to do it objectively even
now.
No,
I mean, like
I get you.
Like you can have like a chain of custody stuff to like, this, like, it was recorded at this time, and then it was the file was transferred to some other time. Like that stuff can be recorded, and that, like, we can, you could encode it on a blockchain if you wanted to, or whatever it is, right? But the point is that it seems like if you were going to bring some sort of revelation, it seems like the worst time that you could have done it would have been before the Enlightenment. Like any time before, or perhaps even before the medieval period. Like any time before the medieval period, and people were just not writing things in a way that makes it easy to distinguish fact from fiction. People were not recording things in particularly reliable ways. Like it just seems like it was the worst choice that could have been made.
I hear you, but I guess a counter claim to that would be that Christianity has been the most successful worldview.
Yeah, but why do you think that is?
That we have out of all of the choices so far.
Do you think that that's because, like, people have rationally evaluated? Do you think that it's because the majority of Christians have rationally evaluated their worldviews, compared it to other worldviews, and then come to the conclusion that Christianity's, most likely? Or do you think it's because, after around 300 something AD, from the whims of a single person, Constantine,
thank you,
Constantine, the Roman Empire, the entire empire adopted Christianity as the official state religion, and then via violence, that official state religion was spread basically through the rest of the world? Like, it just.
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't think
the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that Christianity's success is a result of the truth of Christianity. Right? There's a reason why the Western Hemisphere is wildly Christian, and it's not because people were presented the option to be Christian, and presented the option to be Hindu, and presented the option to be Jewish, and presented the option to be atheist, or to have their own tribal traditions, or whatever it might be. It was because conquistadors came over and forcibly converted all of Mesoamerica, right?
I hear you. But I guess the point still stands that if what we're expecting for divine revelation is success of the propagation of the message that is divine revelation, Christianity is the top of the bunch of all that we have. So
in 50 years, it's predicted that there will be more Muslims than there are Christians. Would you then make the claim that, well, that gives evidence that Islam is more correct? Okay.
Yeah, it would. I guess the question would be whether there have been more Christians throughout history since the beginning of Christianity. So there's some nuance to the comparison. But would you say that immediately after Jesus died, Jesus was less, or Christianity, or let's say in the 10 years after Jesus died, Christianity was less likely to be true because there were just more Jewish people than Christian people at the time? Well, if I was at that point evaluating it, it might appear less likely true to me, depending on what people and evidence I had access to.
So I would just posit that the way that you evaluate the evidence for a certain claim should not depend on what particular time period, or rather, if you want to make a strong evidential claim, the results of your evidential claim should not hinge on what time period you're born in, or what part of the world you're born in.
I guess I was just saying that it would depend on what I have access to, and obviously we wouldn't have access to 2,000 years of Christian history, and so that is different evidence to evaluate.
Sure. So what's the actual argument then? Because, I mean, look, so saying that there's a lot of people who believe it, like, you could say that is more likely to make it correct. But you could also say that it's more likely that there is an evil God that wants to trick everybody into believing the wrong thing, right?
Yeah, so I completely accept that is a logical possibility in evaluating divine revelation.
And in fact, if there was an evil God, then in fact this is exactly what you would expect. So this is a piece of evidence for an evil God.
How is it exactly what you'd expect? Sorry?
Well, you would expect that the evil God would want to cause as much deception and divisiveness as possible, because that would cause more misery. And lo and behold, we have two very large competing religions that are generally opposed to each other, at least at the geopolitical level. And it seems like what we observe today, in the form of the Western world kind of in conflict with the Middle East and I should more correctly say the Muslim world, that seems like exactly what you would expect if there was an evil God that was trying to sow divisiveness and spread lies.
Well, you're not making the claim that things are maximally horrible right now, are you?
No, but maybe there is some necessary amount of joy in order to experience the maximal horribleness.
Yeah, got you. So I completely accept that is a logical possibility. God could be a liar. It could all be wrong. If divine revelation exists, it could be a lie. I just treat that like game theory. If God's a liar, we're never going to catch him on the lie. Like, we don't have the resources to outsmart him. And so if God's a liar, there are only lose states. We can only lose. If God is telling the truth, then there is a win state available to us. So I'm going to pragmatically wager that God is telling the truth if there is divine revelation.
I mean, pragmatism doesn't pragmatism doesn't get you to those only two options, right? Pragmatism could get you to, there is a God, he has no compunctions against lying, but he wants to test your rational, he wants to test your ability to reason about the world and your rational faculties. And so he spreads this weak false evidence as a test to weed out the weak-willed and the weak of mind, and only the rational go to heaven. Only the ones who remain unconvinced go to heaven, right? Then there is like an end state where you win.
I guess you're not really making that claim, are you? Obviously.
What I'm making is that it seems like that there is a third option that you can't rule out from the two options that you presented.
But I think in that option, what I'm trying to do, whether I'm succeeding or failing, only God would know, is exactly the rational approach that you're proposing. So I guess in that sense, it still falls under there's a conceivable win state.
But look, so I would think that the rational approach would be to, like, take a look at the scripture that was offered and then acknowledge that, like, it's obviously not true. Like, it relies on a fundamental disagreement with the rest of the way that we investigate the world, namely the scientific method.
But that's exactly what we might need for it to be clear that something has come from a divine source. Miraculous events was part of the criteria that we might look for to recognize something as divine revelation.
Perhaps, but you would expect to see... Well, actually, no, I don't think that follows. I think that what you would expect to see is you would expect to... I guess it depends on what the divine being is doing, but I would expect that a divine being wouldn't necessarily... Like, if the divine being wanted you to be rational, right? If the divine being wanted you to critically examine all of the data available, what the being would do is it would recognize that those agents that it created have a really hard time believing things that are in direct contradiction with one another. And so a rational agent, in fact, would disagree, would find two contradictory things and would end up not believing in one of them. And so that would mean that you would have such an agent, such a divine being, would have a hard time determining which subset is, or perhaps it wouldn't have a hard time, but that rational agent would have to determine which subset is more rational than the other. And so the way that you would do that is you would just take you would do the Bayesian game. The one that has more evidence for it is the one that you would accept as the worldview that doesn't, like, the one that you restrict to. You get rid of the things that contradict the one that has more evidence, and you throw those away. And so then you'd be left with, like, you know, the entirety of the scientific consensus for basically all of reality. That would be the thing that the rational people would end up believing, because, you know, and obviously we agree that this is the case, there's more scientific evidence for science than there is miraculous evidence for miracles. And so you'd end up with a whole host of people, if they were evaluated to be the rational people, the ones that are evaluated to be rational would be the ones that are trusting the science and disagreeing with the divine revelation. The
traps set by that are the divine revelation.
And so
I get you.
So why would we think that it's just not clear that this is the absolute most rational decision to make, right?
I hear you. I guess on some level, I disagree about some, like, first principle stuff. I think science has presuppositions built into it.
Sure, that's
that are
fine.
Ultimately making some,
so do any claims, any worldviews.
Yeah, totally.
They'll do.
So when you said that science has more evidence to support science than, I can't remember what it was you compared
than the miraculous claims have to support miracles. Yeah,
got you. Like, I think that there's a dichotomy there that doesn't need to be there. The miracles have to be rare and unrepeatable for them to be a miracle. That's what a miracle is.
And that just means that there's very, very limited evidence for it.
Very limited scientific evidence, yes.
Not even scientific evidence, just evidence, period, right? Like, it doesn't have to be able to be, you don't have to be able to do an experiment in order to have evidence. Like, if somebody testifies that, you know, they saw a murder happen, that is a degree of evidence, right? Like, totally. You know, maybe it's not very good evidence, you know, depends on how trustworthy you think testimony is.
But numbers attributed in a Bayesian probably.
Yeah, but whatever it is some degree of evidence. And the point is just that if these things are rare and if these things are not explainable, then you will never have more evidence than things that are not rare and things that are explainable.
Yes. Yeah, almost by definition. I hear you. So let's put it this way. Let's say Jesus did rise from the dead, do you think that is an unknowable thing from our position now 2,000 years later?
Sorry, I don't know what you mean.
As in, if we just grant hypothetically for a moment, a man named Jesus rose from the dead 2,000 years ago, in the reality that we have right now with the fact that they could only write stuff down, they didn't have Panasonic video cameras, do you think that even in principle it is possible for us to reasonably confirm or disconfirm that event from 2,000 years on now?
It just depends on what your priors are, right? If your priors, if you have weak priors for, you know, some kind of physicalism or some kind of naturalism, or if you have strong priors for some sort of supernaturalism, then you can reasonably come to the conclusion that it either did or it didn't happen, right? Like if you have low priors for like supernatural stuff happening, then no, there's probably not any degree of evidence that could convince you, because, you know, the best evidence that we have is like, you know, third-hand accounts, maybe second-hand accounts if we're lucky, written by people who probably weren't there. So, and this would be true for really any claims, right? Like, surely you would take the view that if it were actually the case that, I don't know, let me go pull up something obscure really quick. If it were actually the case that Alal Nagar ruled over Sumer for 36,000 years, as described in the Sumerian king list, do you think that, like, you would ever do you think that you would ever be able to rationally conclude that that actually happened?
Poor, it'd be tough. I don't imagine so. Like,
and so, like,
who knows?
It's just because of the based on the priors, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess the deistic argument that I was flirting with talking about originally, I think relates to the priors that we might bring to said evidence. Where do you personally fall on your priors in examining the evidence of the resurrection? Are you coming from this with a naturalistic view, and so there isn't really a way that the
I think that
could rationally...
I mean, look, I can't predict the future. So, like, maybe something could happen and, like, you know, some new piece of evidence would come. Well, okay, actually, do you know who Ron Wyatt is?
I don't think so.
So Ron Wyatt is a hack and a pseudo-archaeologist and a pseudo-historian, and he's dead. So, you know, don't speak ill of the dead, but I'm speaking ill of him because he's a bad person.
All of that sounds a shame.
Yeah. It was very, he was like a fraud and a liar, horrible person. Anyway, but he made the claim that at some point he found Jesus's blood, and he sent it off to a lab, and it came back with 24 chromosomes, 23 chromosomes from a woman, and then one divine chromosome, right? This is the claim. Now, obviously, that's not true. Like, he never documented where he found the blood. He never documented which lab he sent it to. He never showed us the lab report. He never showed us any of this stuff. So obviously, he was making it up. But if this was the kind of thing that actually was confirmed in the real world, that was, like, you know, analyzed by actual scientists, found by actual archaeologists, then that's the kind of thing that I would be like, oh, okay, maybe the
that's at
maybe
least
the whole Christian story.
Yeah.
I would definitely be more inclined to believe that the story was true.
Yeah, sure. I hear you. Not that there wouldn't be any arguments against it, but yeah, I hear you. It
would be very, very implausible. Like, just so yes, my priors are very low, but they're not zero. So if you give me something that's genuinely like some genuinely incredible piece of evidence, then I would definitely update my priors accordingly.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, simply written accounts, even if we could verify that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and the epistles of Paul were written by the Christian understanding of who those people were in the time frame, do you think simply the written accounts would be enough to
no,
move
I don't
the
think
needle
so.
for you?
No, and
Yeah,
I mean, look, like, have you heard about, like, the UFO hearings in the U.S.?
Yes.
So like there have been testimonies by like people, we watched it on video, them testifying. Like one guy said, oh yeah, we have a body. And like I'm still unconvinced, because this is an extreme, like, you know, if they could produce the body, then I'd be more convinced. But like just somebody saying something is just, it's just not going to do much for me for such a egregiously significant claim, right?
Yeah, sure. I hear you. Yeah, I guess where the priors are different for me is I am convinced that there is an objective peak of the value hierarchy, not in the same way that Jordan Peterson means, but, you know, related. And I would like to recognize any revelation from such a being if it exists. And I guess in some way I am more primed and biased towards finding it, but I'm trying to balance that out by having conversations like this, where I'm challenged in that.
So, but like, look, I could just grant that there is like an objective top of a hierarchy, which, by the way, I think that there's actually probably a whole bunch of issues with this, but it's not worth the conversation, because I could just grant that there is like some, are you familiar with Platonism?
Yes, absolutely.
I could just grant that Platonism is true.
Ideal that is,
that there are like that there are these ideals, and like there is like virtue and all of this stuff. And like you can be a Platonist and still be an atheist. And so I could just say, yeah, there are peaks of, there is a peak of this value hierarchy, even all respects for value. And then it's just not clear why I would then think that this thing would, it's not clear how that would affect my priors for thinking that the hierarchy or the peak of the hierarchy is like some agent.
I hear you. I guess I come at this with the idea that kind of Cartesian consciousness is primary, and I'm not, because I'm certain that consciousness is happening, I don't think it's reasonable to come to the conclusion that the evidence in the material world that is manifest to me through my consciousness can discredit or take away from the fundamental thing that consciousness is. Like,
I mean, you could be a panpsychist and a Platonist, right? You could think that there's consciousness in everything.
Absolutely.
And that still doesn't get you to theism.
But I think it could reasonably affect your priors in approaching divine revelation.
I don't see how. Like, it seems like you could have extremely low priors for some. Like, you could be like a panpsychist reductionist of some kind, where like you think that like consciousness is the fundamental particle, or not particle, but the fundamental thing, and that things are built up from that. And if that's your view, and you know, you could couple that with Platonism, because those ideas don't really talk to each other. If that's your view, then it's patently absurd to think that there is some maximal consciousness thing from which all else follows. That would be in direct conflict with that view. And so your priors for this like value hierarchy having, or this maximal value having object in the hierarchy would be a fundamental consciousness. It just seems like that they would be in direct conflict.
Well, I come to the conclusion that the thing at the peak of the hierarchy has to be a thing that maximizes value maximally. And I think that there are implications for consciousness involved in that, of agency.
How do you figure?
So what I discover my consciousness is I am perceiving, and even in the act of perceiving, I am making a value judgment, and then I am taking action based on those value judgments. And so if I'm taking that to be fundamental, I am acting as if, and cannot act otherwise, that value is real, and therefore there is a conceptual peak to a high value hierarchy.
By the way, that doesn't follow.
Okay.
Like it's just not the case. Like
deductively, or like in a syllogistic form.
I don't even how you could get to there inductively or abductively. Like it's just not the case that because you have values that there is therefore a maximal value.
Well,
right? Like I have an age.
There is.
Right, but I have no idea why you would. Like I have an age, but it doesn't therefore follow that there's a maximal age.
So do you think there is a difference in the way that a person would act if there is a real peak to the value hierarchy, or if the value hierarchy doesn't have a peak or is even illusory?
Well, if it was illusory and they knew it was illusory, then maybe they would act differently. But I don't see why you would act differently if there was a peak as opposed to not having a peak.
Yeah. So I think that it is impossible to act as if the values that I seem to inherently have aren't real and objective.
When I say it doesn't have a peak, what I mean is there is no max, in the same way that there's no maximal number, right? There's always a higher number. That's what I mean, as doesn't have a peak. Like, it could be that the values are objective. Again, I disagree with that, but for the sake of argument, it could be that the values are objective. And yet there is no maximal value because there's always something that has more value. Or there's always some situation or some configuration of things that's more valuable.
I hear you. So that's why I am putting conceptually at the peak of value hierarchy that which maximizes value maximally. It is like an infinite
But that's assuming
process.
that's assuming that there is a maximum, right?
Well, that is the maximum that conceptually, like I don't know.
Consider this.
Other than that could
like, consider
like
this. You know, I want to maximize the amount of stickers that I own, right? If I was the best sticker owner, that would mean that somehow I would have the most possible stickers. But there is no most possible stickers. You could always have one more. So it's not even conceptually reasonable to talk about something such as the best sticker owner, right? And so what I'm saying is that it's at least conceptually plausible. Yeah, okay, never mind then. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get you. But I guess there are limitations in that as an analogy. Oh, did you drop your spoon?
No, it's an Allen wrench.
Okay, nice. So obviously with stickers, we are limited by like physical space. But if I'm building from first principles in that Cartesian hyper-skeptical methodology, I don't know of any limiting principles on value.
No, but that's the point. Actually, that's the point. I mean, like, it is true in reality. There is like a maximum amount of stickers that you could have in a given volume because, you know, like otherwise it'll collapse into a black hole or something like this. And then you wouldn't have stickers anymore, you'd have a black hole. But if we're talking about values aren't bound by that. So there's no reason to think that like there's no reason to think that there's a maximum amount of goodness that an action could be, or a maximum amount of, you know, justice that a person could exhibit. Like, there's no reason to think that these things could even in principle have maximums. So if that's the case, then it wouldn't make sense to say that there is something that embodies those maxima if there are no maxima.
Well, I guess that's why what I'm saying is at the conceptual peak, at least the peak that is as high as my mind can go, would be that which maximizes value maximally. That's not like a static point. That is, it is that which brings about maximal value at all moments to the maximum degree.
How much is maximal value?
How could I possibly put a limit on that?
Well, however much you think it is, couldn't you always just do something that's a little bit more valuable? It sounds like you're assuming that there is some sense in which there is some way that there is like a being of some kind that can do the maximal value thing. But that's just assuming that there is a maximal value thing.
Well, I'm trying to be more pragmatic about it in the sense that I discover my consciousness and that I am acting like there is value, and I am making, like, working towards goals that are reflective of my values.
Yep.
And so in asking, I can't deny the value, so in asking what should I aim at, the thing I should aim at is that which is of maximal value.
I don't think that's true. I think that you should just aim at something that has something that is more valuable, right? More valuable than what you have or than what you are. Because at least if you aim at something that's more valuable, then that means that you don't run into this issue of having a conceptual breakdown if there is no maximum value. How do you aim at something that doesn't exist? if there is no such thing as maximum value, how could you aim at that?
So I acknowledge that I am not like giving a specific point on like a plot of all possible values. I am just taking like an asymptotic curve towards maximal value that from my finite position now, that will always, in some sense, from my experience, be finite. I will only like work towards that which is maximal value in an asymptotic
But there it is
sense.
again. There is no maximum in an asymptotic sense. There are no maxima for vertical asymptotes, right?
But there is a thing that it is conforming to.
No, not for a vertical asymptote. For a horizontal asymptote, sure. But then that's just begging the question and assuming that there is a maximum. The maximum being, or you could call it the supremum if we want to talk mathematically. There is a supremum in that case. But I'm not talking about a thing with a supremum. I'm talking about like a list of, we could talk about this mathematically. Like I'm thinking about a some sort of function that maps actions that you take onto like the value that you exhibit or the value that you've achieved. And it's possible that that function is unbounded, meaning that meaning that you can always have more in an unbounded sense. The supremum is infinity, right? There is no finite number below which all values can be achieved.
There is no. Can you say that again for me?
Yeah, okay, let me clarify more.
Following.
So what I'm saying is that, like, okay, suppose that there is some way, and I know that this is simplifying it, but suppose that there is some way that we can assign to every action that we take, everything that we think, everything that we say, we can assign some number that tells us the value of that thing, right? Obviously, this is like an oversimplification, but suppose it's the case, then in some sense you could say, well, look, my goal is to like make it so that the things that I do, the things that I say, the things that I think have more value tomorrow than they do today. Right? I want to be better. I want to be more just. I want to be, whatever you use to judge your value. That's what you want. You want to increase that number. It's possible that there is no finite bound below which you will always stay. For example, it's possible that you could always do something so that your value is one higher than it was the day before. And so then it's not even like something that you can approach asymptotically but never reach. It can just keep growing forever. There is no maximum.
Yes. But there is a process that brings about, that could bring about the maximal value at any given moment.
There wouldn't be a maximum, is my point. That is entirely compatible with this idea of a hierarchy of value. You don't need a maximum if there's if the hierarchy extends forever upward.
I guess by maximum, I'm talking about like the thing that numbers tend towards as you add to them.
Infinity? Infinity is not a number.
But it's the maximal thing, right? That's
no.
I
don't think it would be reasonable to say that there is something that has infinity value. At least if we take what you and I to do as having finite non-zero value. Like it's just not clear to me that's even a sensible thing, because like it's not a number. How would you, like, if the goal is that for any action you map it onto some number that tells you your value, that tells you the value of that thing that you just did, then it has to map onto a number, and infinity is not a number. So there's no action that anything could ever take that would map onto infinity.
It would have to be, yeah, but there is a sequence, or I guess you're saying there isn't. I was about to say there is a sequence of actions that one could take that in any given moment, there is a finite amount of value that I, Brandon, can bring about.
That's the question.
That is bound by the options that I have available to me in the physical world.
I mean,
but
maybe, sure.
But there is, in theory,
go ahead.
a thing that brings about the most value that I could do in any given moment.
Yeah, and so by that argument, it could just be you. You could be that thing. Because if we're just bounding it by what is physically possible for you, then you can do whatever you can physically do. So you could be the thing, right?
But then the question becomes, what should I aim towards? What should I trend my choices towards?
So you could, for example, and so look, if your view is just like, what can I do? What is there, could I imagine somebody who in all of the situations that I would be in would always make the best choice? You can imagine that person, definitely. Absolutely. That person, you know, would have a finite value or whatever associated with their actions that they take. It would always be finite.
I'm asking, how would I orient myself so that there's a reasonable definition of what better is? Like, what is the direction?
So I think that there's an issue with defining value objectively to begin with. But I was just granting that you had some mechanism of evaluating value.
Okay.
Once you have some mechanism of evaluating value, whether it's objective, subjective, whatever,
so
then you can
have a way of
yeah, go ahead.
Criticizing my initial, like my starting point, where I describe consciousness as that which is perceiving, making value judgments based on those perceptions, and taking action based on those value judgments.
Yeah, I think that
do we
those
agree
value.
on that?
I think that consciousness. I think that like conscious agents have values. Yeah. But this doesn't say anything about the objectivity of those values or about the correctness of those values, if you will.
So, yeah, I agree. I'm in my description of that, I deliberately didn't fill the content of value.
Mm-hmm.
I could
so we just have values.
Conceivably wrong about everything.
Yeah, so we just have values. I agree that agents have values, and they, you know, the things that those agents do tend to, you know, tend towards fulfilling those values, if you will, or something like this. This, at least generally speaking, sure.
Yeah, but I can reasonably ask the question: is the thing I am valuing right now the right thing to value? I'm like trying to get meta in the evaluation of my value.
Yeah, I don't think that that's a. I don't think that that's a. I think it's an ill-formed question, right? I don't think that values have the property of correctness.
Mm-hmm. But you can't act like your values are incorrect.
I don't think that you can. Yeah, that's true. It's look. I don't think that there's free will, but I also don't think that you can act as if you don't have free will. So I think that is a constraint that agents have, actually, that agents are forced to be wrong about certain things in order to function.
So I can't find myself coming to the conclusion that free will doesn't exist, because in this skeptical Cartesian framework, what I find to be fundamental and cannot deny is those things I just described. I'm perceiving, making value judgments, taking action on them. Mm-hmm. And if I, using the things I access by means of that fundamental, undeniable thing, see evidence that is undercutting that as the fundamental part of reality, then I feel like I have just cut my entire access to reality.
Wait a minute, but in your Cartesian observations don't involve free will at all.
So it appears like as free will. Like
so which part of your Cartesian
making choices? Yeah,
making choices doesn't mean that there's free will.
How are we defining free will?
That there is some. I mean, libertarian free will is what I'm referring to. Are you familiar with that notion?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Basically, the ability to have done otherwise.
Yeah, well, it certainly appears like I could have done otherwise. When my eyes land on something,
but that's not something that you. That's not a conclusion you come to via the Cartesian observations. That I have a mind and that I have values just by direct experience. You don't come to that. You definitely could have chosen otherwise by direct experience. You don't come to that conclusion.
So what do you think I'm doing? I notice that I am perceiving, I'm making value judgments, like that is happening.
Yep.
And then I am taking action based on those value judgments.
Yep. I think what's happening is that you don't choose those, that those values are a fixed part of you, or at least they may be a flexible part of you, but they're a part of you that arises essentially involuntarily. And your judgments are based on those values. And as those values are involuntary, your judgments assuming you have a functioning evaluative method, which is, maybe if you have brain damage, maybe you won't, but assuming everything functions properly in your mind, then the judgments that you come to will be predicated on what those values were, and those values were involuntary.
Predetermined.
Yeah, well, predetermined or random or whatever it might be. They certainly weren't chosen.
Yes, I agree that they weren't chosen. And so, given that reductive Cartesian framework, what do you think are the implications of that, if any?
That there isn't. I don't think that there's free will. I think that we act as if there's free will because we value this idea of choice. It's just a thing that we have value for. I think that perhaps why we have value for that. Maybe we can talk about evolutionary purposes or evolutionary stuff, but that's not Cartesian at all. I think that. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to conclude, except that we make actions based off of values that we have, values and desires, and those kinds of things. And I just don't think that we choose those things. There's not much else to conclude, though.
So, how are we coming to the conclusion that the choices that the value judgments I am making, that it appears that I could do otherwise? How are we coming to the conclusion that that is illusory?
I don't know how it appears that you could do otherwise.
Well, because I can ask the question, what should I value?
Yeah, and then
I can come to conclusions about that.
Right. And so, well, wait a minute. When you're asking a question about what should you value, that's just asking about your meta values, right? And if those aren't chosen, then your answer to what you should value will inevitably also not be chosen. Won't be freely chosen anyway. Couldn't have been otherwise. It's based off of the meta values that you have. So, for example, perhaps one of your meta values is that you value rational examination of the data, and so you might say, oh well, what should I value? Should I value my own happiness, or should I value like my own physical well-being, or should I value a commitment to the truth? And then you would go and you would look at your meta values. Well, I value the rational evaluation of the data, and so it seems like that would imply that I would value a commitment to the truth more than my own well-being. And so you would come to the conclusion that the value that you're going to prioritize is the commitment to the truth, right? But nowhere in there was there a choice that was made. It was just a derived line of reasoning from some meta value to a value, and then presumably to an action.
Mm-hmm. Like, I follow that process, but I guess I'm trying to ask a question that is even before that. So when I ask the question, what should I value? I'm trying to not presuppose anything that I can't justify.
Oh well, I don't think that you can do that. I think that agents are going to have values built in.
So I'm acting like I am. Yes, I can't not. But when I ask that question, what conceptually comes to the forefront as what seems to be the necessary answer to that question is, even if I don't know what value actually contains, what it actually pertains and aims me towards, in principle, it should be that which maximizes value maximally.
That doesn't mean anything, though, if you don't have like an understanding of what value is. It's not even clear that it's coherent.
I need something else. Yeah, I'd need something else to fill in the content of it. But that's what gets me to looking for divine
to be clear,
revelation.
it's not even clear that it's coherent, right? It's not even clear if there is a sense of maximal value. And furthermore, you could ask, well, why should you aim towards maximal value, right? Why not aim towards minimal value?
I think that just becomes a pedantic difference, that if we're just using a different word to describe what is ultimately the same thing at that point.
So, well, look, so if you're just saying that you aim toward, so if that's the case, if you think that that's, I think you mean a semantic difference. If that's the point that you're saying, then you're not saying anything. You're just saying, I aim towards the things I aim towards.
I aim towards the things I aim towards. Well, in some sense, yeah, it is tautological because it's foundational. I can't justify it by any means other than what it is.
then there's nothing that you learn from it, right? You learn nothing from this examination.
Not on its own, I do, but it's what aims me towards looking for divine revelation.
What?
Because in theory, the thing that maximizes value maximally would be an omni-god, essentially, right?
But so it sounds like we've agreed that when you say the thing I'm aiming towards is what maximizes value maximally, what you really mean is the thing you're aiming towards is just that thing you're aiming towards. Like the description, that which maximizes value maximally, is just a substitute for the thing you're aiming for. It doesn't contain any additional information.
Well, what it contains is that it would be bringing about maximal value maximally. That's
but that contains no extra information beyond just whatever it is you're aiming for, right? Because you don't know what maximum means here, or if that's coherent. You don't know what value is here, or if that's coherent. It's just a string of words that you use to point towards the thing that you're aiming for.
I don't think so. I think that the implication is that the thing that would achieve that would be a thing that is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipotent.
But then why can't I aim towards the thing I value least? Why do I choose to value the thing? Why do I choose to aim towards the thing that maximizes value rather than the thing that minimizes value?
I think that is just a pedantic difference. That you are
not if there's actually some value. If there's some semantic meaning beyond just aiming towards the thing you're aiming for, or aiming for the thing that maximizes value maximally, then I'm just saying, what if you aim towards the thing that minimizes value minimally, or sorry, minimizes value maximally? That's not a semantic difference now.
I think that
it's not a pedantic difference. I should say, you're right.
So I think I get you, but I think that would require one to will oneself out of existence by taking no action simply as a sheer act of will.
Surely we agree that there are things with negative value, right?
Yes, but existence seems to have a positive value. So sure,
maybe not. Not if I don't. It depends on how you're evaluating value. If you view existence as suffering, then you would say that it has negative value.
Yeah, potentially. Sure. Yeah, I can retract what I just said. Yeah,
so like it's just not clear. Like, why is it that we're valuing things that maximize value maximally instead of minimize value maximally?
But I guess because I'm not filling the content of the word value with anything with any certainty.
So then it doesn't mean anything.
I think either way, whether it was to minimize value or to maximize value, the thing that would achieve that end would be something that is omniscient and omnipotent.
I have no idea how you're getting there.
Well, just conceptually, what would bring about the maximal end?
I don't know. It depends on what you're maximizing. Well, if the thing that you're maximizing is weakness, then it'd be the maximally weak thing, not the maximally powerful thing.
So you think that in the negative version of the potential directions these value things could go in, that omnipotence, which is the means to bring about states of affairs in some sense, would not be what would bring that about?
Well, I mean, if your goal, if you want to work towards something that is, sorry, the comments are funny. If you want to work towards something that is, if you value weakness, then it seems like the thing that you would aim towards would be the thing that is maximally weak. You would try to do what the maximally weak thing would do. You would try to fail to lift up your dumbbells. You would not work out anymore so that you would fail to lift up your dumbbells so you could be weak like the maximally weak thing.
I think the maximally weak thing is the thing that doesn't exist. I think that
no,
that
because by definition it's a thing.
Existence.
By definition it's a thing, so it could be maximally weak.
But to do the least, to achieve the least things would be to do no things.
Yeah, but we're not talking about doing no things. We are doing the least things the most.
I think that this is just a words issue. Like, can God make a rock that's too heavy for him to move?
It's not a words issue. The point is that you need to somehow justify why being powerful is somehow more valuable than being weak.
It is the ability to bring about states of affairs.
Yeah, and why do you value that?
Because there is a state of affairs that is not this one that has more or less value.
Sure.
That is what making value judgments is. And
Sure.
So if I make a value judgment, having power to bring about a different state of affairs is the means by which I take action based on a value.
But why do you value the thing that is able to change the state of affairs most?
I think that is the same as having a value at all.
I don't think that follows. I don't see how that follows whatsoever. I mean, like, look, if I value if I value the state of being unable to change the state of affairs, then that's what I value. And so why would I value the thing that can change the state of affairs the most?
I think it's an implication of having a value at all. If I have a value and it isn't satisfied in the current moment, then I need the means to bring about another state of affairs in order to, like, functionally value what I value.
I have no idea what that meant. Say it again.
So if I have a value and it is not fully satisfied in a given moment,
sure,
then I need the means to bring about the state of affairs that reflects that being satisfied.
Yeah. Okay. See, I understand. So look, it could be that I value the state of affairs that is incapable of changing to some other state of affairs. But I am not the best at being unable to change state of affairs. So I have to change my state of affairs to a state of affairs where I can no longer change the state of affairs. And it seems like now at this point I would be aiming towards being unable to change the state of affairs.
Which I think is to aim to be not, right?
Well, no, but I would still aim to, like, I'd still aim to exist. Or perhaps, I mean, here we're talking about power, but we're not talking about goodness, which is what usually people mean by value. But like, if we were talking about goodness, I could say that, like, the aim is to be the most miserable as possible, right?
Yes.
And I could aim towards that. And now you're very, very far away from, like, omnibenevolence or whatever. Or you could aim to know as few things as possible, and then your goal would be something that is minimally knowledgeable. Maybe it only knows something that it exists and it doesn't know anything else.
I don't think that would be minimal knowledge. I think that you would need to
know
the
minimally knowledgeable thing that exists, right?
Okay, so existence is a good thing in that.
No, it's just part of the, like how can you aim at something that doesn't exist, right?
Well, in theory, you could take yourself out of existence, right? As an agent.
But then you're not then you're not aiming at something that doesn't. Then you're not achieving your value, because then you don't exist. Your value is having minimal knowledge. If you don't exist, then you don't have minimal. Then you don't have minimal knowledge. You don't have any. Like, there is no you. So look, the whole reason for this exercise of kind of flipping it on its head is just that it seems like that even saying that you are aiming towards the thing that maximizes value maximally, it seems like that has some inbuilt norms. And look, I can agree that agents have inbuilt norms, but it doesn't mean that those inbuilt norms are correct in any sense.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm sure that we're talking past each other somewhere here, and we're just not catching each other's like intended meaning somewhere. I actually have to get going.
That's fine.
I've got work in 25 minutes. But I will definitely attempt to refine how I am articulating this, and you have helped me to start at the very least in doing that. Thank you for a really invigorating conversation. Really appreciate
I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, Brandon. All right, let's read some super chats and we'll bring on our next guest. So first we have some cash apps from Connor for, will you try to keep it in a jar? This is referring to the tumor that I'm having removed on Monday. or hopefully having removed on Monday anyway. No, I think that they're probably going to dispose of it. I definitely wouldn't want to keep it. And from L'Oreal with the $50 for the super chats I would have sent next week. That's appreciated, L'Oreal. I do appreciate you. Let's read some super chats. Let's actually pull up some actual super chats now. From Tucson Keg with the $18 for pre-op tacos. Hi. I appreciate that, Tucson. Maybe well, I can't really do tacos right now. I'm trying to stay low fiber. From Geek Gee with the 10 gifted Dr. Blitz Debunks gift memberships, which means that 10 more people now have access to the debate notes. Thank you so much, Geeky. It's super, super appreciated. I'm sure the people who got the gifted subs would also appreciate it greatly. So I value you for that, maximally, even. And I'm sure the people who got the access also value that maximally, and they value the emojis maximally as well. From Imposter Joe with the $50. It's very kind and very generous. We love you, Blitz. Hope you have a quick and speedy recovery. I need to be enlightened by the lava lamp regularly, so I'll be binging your clips and dealing with Justin and Ian until then. So fortunately for you guys, I have set up YouTube videos on the Dr. Blitz Debunks channel that should go out for at least at least a week after the surgery. Now, I don't know when I'll be back. I don't know how long the recovery will be. It depends on complications. It depends on how I feel. But you should have videos, like these are not short forms. These are videos on the Dr. Blitz Debunks YouTube channel that are from debates. These are like the maximally fun, the maximally bad faith, the maximally blood sportsy debates. I have ones going out, till like how many days does March have? Till like the end of March, I think. So you will have something to watch, but make sure to go sub to the Dr. Blitz Debunks YouTube channel if you haven't already, because you won't be seeing me on TikTok, and you certainly won't be seeing me on the @DrBlitz or @BlitzPhD channel. From I'm the Big Cheese with the $10, if you require divine revelation to know if your God has a mind, then you have insufficient priors and lack justification to how it's possible that your God has a mind. Deism can't get you to Jesus. Yeah, that's roughly my view. And that's how we ended up back at the start, because basically we were trying to get to what his priors were. And from I'm the Big Cheese again, thank you so much, I'm the Big Cheese. Belief in Jesus demands that Genesis is 100% literal. It requires a hyper-specific purpose for Jesus' existence, and that purpose is extremely hard to justify if you skip from deism straight to Jesus. Yeah, so I wasn't going to bring this up, but this is something I like to bring up quite frequently, namely that if you're going to believe that Jesus resurrected, you have to believe that the Genesis story happened, that there was like an actual apple, that there was an actual Adam and Eve in a Garden of Eden. Otherwise, Jesus doesn't make any sense. From I'm the Big Cheese again, only 32% of the world accepts the claim that Jesus rose from the dead. So most of humanity are unconvinced in the foundational tenets of Christianity. Right, so it hasn't done a very good job of convincing everybody, has it? From Tim Davidson with the $5, imagine a true believer father, an atheist mother, and their 1-hour-old child, wreck and unalived. Under your beliefs, who goes where? Oh, that wasn't for me. Under my belief, nobody goes anywhere. Right. From the Satori tribe with the $5, my pathetic way of pre-saying get well soon. I appreciate you. Well, I appreciate you too, Satori tribe. It is appreciated. I know you guys are just trying to support me, and I do appreciate that. From Tim Davidson with the $2, that was to the caller, not to you. I figured. From Otto MD with the $5, Foreskin Cruncher. Prepos was a medieval church employee who used taste mouthfeel to determine if the foreskin was from Jesus. No joke. Ugh. Ugh. Why would you make me read that? Ugh. From Gretchen with the $20. Digits crossed. If I can survive it, you can too. My advice, spoil Babs rotten this weekend. In my experience, this crap is harder on the ones that love us than it is on us. Hashtag positive vibes for Babs. Catch you on the flip side. Good thinking. We are going, so she has friends coming into town this weekend. I mean, they're my friends too, but they're very much her friends. And so we're probably going to see them for a bit. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. We are seeing a movie on Saturday, but From Garba Gaiman with the 5 Canuck bucks, I value interesting chemistry for life. Maximally stable is bad for that. So is maximally unstable. Yeah, there you go. That's how we end up with life. And from Nectu with the $22.22, very much appreciated. For love and support, you will be back, and we will be so ready for you when you do. You got this. Well, yeah, so I plan to be back, but surgeries are risky. So, and recovery time can be long. So who knows when it'll be, but hopefully sooner rather than later. All right, let us bring up another guest. Let's bring up a guest from Discord. Let's talk to Azara Frost. I wish I had a way to figure out what order people joined in. Azara Frost, how's it going? Azara Frost, you there? Azara Frost. All right, looks like Azara Frost's not here. Yeah, good point. Within a week or two of week maxing, you get really motivated to get back to work. True, I'm going to be week maxing. All right, let's talk to Edan. Edan, how's it going? Edan, you there? Edan. Edan. Okay, looks like Edan. Oh, Edan left. Oh, Azara Frost is back. Azara Frost, welcome back. Azara. Azara Frost, I know that your mic is unmuted. I know that you can talk. Why are you muting yourself? Is them prank calling? No, they're not prank calling. Weak maxing is a shortcut to strong maxing. I've been had. Okay, let's bring up Guilty. Guilty, how's it going? Guilty? Okay. Bring up Guilty. Guilty, how's it going?
Hello?
Guilty, how are you?
Oh, hi, wait, 1 second.
Okay,
I need to get my phone on speaker.
Sure.
What's going on? All right, it's not allowing me. My audio
I can hear
might
you.
sound bad.
You sound fine.
I hear you.
Oh, now you don't sound fine.
Is my audio bad?
No, your audio sounds fine now.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Hi. What should we
Hi.
talk about?
Well, do you believe in a god?
That's a difficult question because I don't know. I think, okay, here, let me explain it like this. I think neutrality within a philosophical perspective is impossible, and that no individual person can have a non-stance, which is what neutrality is. And so therefore, I think the most rational thing for us to do as humans is to pick a stance that we have a leaning towards, but any stance we pick would be more of a leap of faith because every metaphysical question is symmetrical.
Well, that seemed like it had a lot of issues, but which stance do you take on the God question?
Personally, I think I would personally take a leap of faith towards believing God exists, but that's without evidence. I don't think there's any evidence to help prove God exists.
Okay. Well, I agree with you that there isn't any evidence to help prove God exists. But that's, as such, it seems like you're not going to do a good job convincing me. So I am going to let you go, but thank you for being here, Guilty. I do appreciate it. Let's try Azara Frost again. Azara. Azara. Azara Frost. I can't hear you. If you're talking, I can't hear you. If you're listening, I can't sense you. All right. We'll put you back. We'll put you back where you belong. Let's talk to Alone. Alone. How's it going? You'll have to unmute yourself, by the way.
Hello.
Alone, do you believe in a god?
Yes, I believe in a God.
And which one would that be?
Okay. I'm a Muslim. Okay.
Okay.
And my God is Allah, of course, because I'm a Muslim.
Sure. That's all I need to know. So why should I believe in God?
Okay. Look, I'm not gonna let you believe in God, but I'm gonna explain the thing in Islam, because not many people know what real in Islam. Okay.
Well, look. So I was pretty sure that the prompt says, "Can you convince me to believe in your God?" So, are you going to try to convince me to believe in your God? Because I'm fairly familiar with Islam. Like I don't need to just I don't need a lecture. I just want you to try to convince me, right?
Yeah. Yes. It's in some way. Okay. In some way.
Okay. So, what's the best argument or piece of evidence that you have?
Look, I don't have now. Okay, I don't have a piece of evidence, but in Islam, in before Adam was created, okay, God said there is some species is like a ghost, okay, they called jinn.
I'm familiar.
Okay?
What does this have to do with you convincing me to believe in this God?
Wait, I'm gonna like I don't
You're
know how
going to
to
give me
say
an
it. I'm not
argument
gonna
or a piece of evidence or some sort of reason that I should?
No, it is some like you're gonna okay. I'm gonna say it, and you're gonna understand it in the way. Okay.
Okay, I'll give you a few minutes.
Look, those jinn was created before us. Okay. When the earth was on fire, when did the earth was on fire? When like some planet like come to earth and like how can I say it? I'm not good in English. Okay. Like
So are you trying to say that, like, in the Quran it says that there was like a land of the jinn before humans existed, and then also in real life the earth used to be really hot because a planet smacked into another planet? Is that the claim?
not like this, but it is like this. Okay, jinn was before us. Okay, in earth. Okay, but when in earth, like when two planet hit each other and make two planets hit each other, they make
Look,
some
so alone
like okay.
I'm not sure if this is like I think I understand what you're trying to say, and it just sounds like you're trying to say that the Quran got some things right, so we should believe it. And it just seems like this is going to be a hard conversation to have for both of us, so I'm going to let you go. I know that this isn't your fault. English not being your first language makes it hard to communicate, but it was going to be a hard conversation for both of us, and probably neither of us would enjoy it. So it's not his fault, but like it was going to be very, very, very slow, and it would have been frustrating for both of us. All right, let's talk to Exotic Goku. Exotic Goku, how's it going? Gotta unmute yourself. Exotic Goku.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, doing well. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Goku, do you believe in a god?
I do indeed.
And which one would that be? Are you Christian? Are you Muslim? Are you Hindu? Are you Shinto?
Yeah, Christian.
Okay. So why should I be Christian?
Just before that, I just wanted to refer to something that was said earlier. Somebody said in the chat that, like, in order to believe in Jesus, you have to believe in the literal accounts of Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't say that that's necessarily true. I think that you could be something like a Christian universalist or whatever, where you view these as like getting at some true thing, but the stories are allegorical.
Well, so I feel like in order to be a Christian, you have to actually believe that Jesus died for your sins and then rose 3 days later, correct?
Yeah.
You have to believe that actually happened. And so then the question is where do those sins come from? Why are we all born sinful?
Yeah, so like my concept of sin is that we are essentially just imperfect. We can't do things and act accordingly in a perfect manner, like even in accordance to how we want to achieve something. Like there's always like some sort of like little minor flaw that we are engaged in or we have innately within us.
So why does Jesus have to die for that?
It's not like
don't you have to accept him as your savior? Like, what is he saving us from?
Just basically that we have like a recognition that like, oh yeah, we are imperfect. We have like this innate sin within us, but then Jesus
why do we have innate sin within us?
Well, it's just because we can't act perfectly in accordance with anything. Like you can't know something perfectly. Like like you admit that like you can't know anything objectively to be 100% true, correct?
Well, I mean, sure, we can have that conversation, but like, supposing that that's the case, like, it's not clear what we need saving from, right? Like, why would we need saving from being imperfect? Like, what are we being saved from?
I mean, well, one would be like just our own imperfect nature, like just how should I put this? What should we be needing saving from?
Like, it seems like people were getting along just fine beforehand, right? Before Jesus.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
yeah.
And so what does his death actually do?
It just basically like, well, I mean, like, if I understand correctly, you said that, like you grew up in a Jewish household, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, like, basically, I actually don't really know how Jewish atonement works. I understand that there's no like real concept of hell or anything, right? But I know that the Old Testament is like very like heavy on like sacrifices, right? In order to like get on God's good side.
Yeah, but that's not. I mean, sure, that's definitely the case. Yeah.
So basically, like, I don't know. Well, Jesus is supposed to be kind of like the ultimate sacrifice for us, and it's kind of like, I mean,
right,
like,
but you don't think that sacrifice was actually necessary, right? Like during like for the ancient Hebrews.
Necessary for us, or like necessary for God?
Well, like it didn't have like some purpose. Like what was the point of the sacrifices?
Oh, just to basically come under a new covenant to where we didn't need to like perform our own sacrifices to where like
no, I mean, what was the purpose of what was the purpose of the sacrifices during the ancient Hebrew times?
Oh, like to appease God, like, and be like, oh, sorry, like we sin and everything, but we're trying to better ourselves here, like take these sacrifices or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like that was the view. Yeah, like that they were like they didn't want to have their crops be non-fruitful, so they would sacrifice so that God wouldn't be mad at them. But like that's not the view you hold, right?
Like that we need to do it anymore. Like,
you don't hold the view that the reason why Jesus had to die was because otherwise God would be mad at us.
Yeah, it's more like for our own sake, it's like, okay, so like I probably should kind of explain. So like I'm not like a biblical literist, like I don't, or a literalist. I don't think that like the accounts of the Bible literally happen. In fact, like my kind of take on Genesis
do think that Jesus rose from the dead, right?
I would wager so. Like I would think so. I'm not like 100% sure on it, but like it's like that faith,
Sure.
Sort of thing
But like it seems like if you're going to be a Christian, like you can believe basically anything is, or at least like you can like make the claim that like basically everything is non-literal except Jesus rose from the dead and Jesus died for our sins, right? Like that's like that's like the core aspect of Christianity, right?
Yeah.
Anything else is perhaps fluff on top of it.
Yeah.
But so then like what is like, look, what the ancient Hebrews believed is that they sinned. And so in order to keep God at bay, to keep God from punishing them, they had to do sacrifices, right? And this is very, very common across the ancient world, right? The Greeks did this, the Sumerians did this, the Egyptians did this. You do something bad, you do a sacrifice so that your crops, so that you get good harvests the next year, right? Totally normal, totally common. And so the view, at least I would imagine that the view at the time, around 2,000 years ago, why Jesus died was very much in the same way. We don't want God to be mad at us, but we all have this sin that we have inbuilt into us. But Jesus took that all away. He died so that, that is the final sacrifice that we ever need to do. We don't have to keep doing sacrifices. God will forgive us because Jesus died for us. But that's not your view. It doesn't sound like your view is that God will be mad at us unless we accept Jesus.
Well, I mean, it's just I don't really, to characterize God as being mad at us, that's how it's written exactly, but that's not exactly.
I mean, that's how it was understood. That's how it was understood 2,500 years ago, right?
It's understood, but I think that the thing is though, is that these understandings have to change over time. They have to because obviously the way people conceptualize things 2,000 years ago can't hold today.
Right.
And be
look, I agree. You don't have to, you don't believe that it's because, we do sacrifices to keep God from being mad at us. So then what was the purpose of Jesus's death?
Also, for one, because have you ever heard the phrase, the wages of sin is death?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically.
That's a story about the Garden of Eden, by the way.
Yes. Yeah. Which
you don't think happened.
So, well, okay, I don't think it literally happened in the way it's described. I think that it is essentially describing humans becoming conscious in a way that it's kind of like an on switch essentially, where suddenly we become aware of our own fragility and death and our things that can hurt us, everything like that, our mortality. So I think it's kind of getting at that.
Why would sin be related to our own self-awareness?
Well, I mean, so it's kind of complicated, but again, sin to me is just anything that is imperfect. It is just it is erring, right? It's not necessarily growing up. I grew up in a religious household, and then I was actually an atheist for a good long while. But my concept of sin is that if things err, if they're imperfect, then they're sinful, essentially.
Sure, that's a fine definition that you can work with, but then it just doesn't make sense that Jesus had to die for our errancy. How does his death linked to our errancy? What does it do?
Well, I mean, it basically if the Bible says at some point we weren't sinful and then we were. And then the wages
you don't
of
think
sin
that's true either, right?
That we were perfect. I definitely think that there was a point at which we weren't conscious and aware of these things, and so I'm not sure.
That doesn't make you perfect, though.
Exactly. Yeah. I wouldn't say that it makes you perfect exactly either, but I don't know.
Look,
I would just.
So Goku, I can absolutely retract my statement and say that you don't have to believe in a literal account of Genesis in order to be a Christian. But if you're not going to believe in a literal account of Genesis, then you just have to say, yeah, I don't know, there's just a lot of mystery. And you just don't have an explanation for why Jesus had to die. You don't really have an explanation for, what the whole deal is with sin. It just seems like you just have to agree that there's just mystery in all of these things. And that's fine, but it's not really, it doesn't actually provide any explanatory value then, the religious viewpoint.
Well, I know, these things don't really exactly have truth claims that you can then go out and test and measure against and everything like that.
But they don't even have the truth claims to begin with. It's not even maybe there are truth claims that you can make, but that can't be tested. There is an invisible teapot orbiting Jupiter. You can't test that. It's invisible, right? But that's at least a claim that is either true or false. If you take the mystery route, there isn't even a claim. There isn't even a claim of why Jesus had to die, what the purpose of Jesus's death was, because there's not really anything that any sensible way to understand that if you don't also believe that there was some period of time when humans weren't sinning, and then there was, and then something happened, and then there was sin, and, you know, if we sin, that's bad, and it'll be bad for, you know, our soul. Like there's just no accounting of this, right?
So again, like, if the claim is that like we sinned at some point, and then like that, now we are just born with an innate sin within us, and then the wages of sin are death, then the claim is that Jesus, being God, who is like the ultimate arbiter of everything, dies for us, then what he's essentially doing is he's paying the wages for like all your debts that like like all of your debts that you all owe to me for sinning are now paid for by my death.
Right, but what
That would be
happens
the
if you
claim.
don't pay those so and that's fine, but then you're implicitly assuming that there was a state of affairs where there were no sin, and then something happened and sin entered the world. That is the Genesis account boiled down. And then you're also saying that there is some wages that like if you don't pay your wages, then something bad happens to you. And if you're a universalist, you can't take that view. The universalist thinks that everybody goes to heaven, right?
No, I think that at least some universalists are annihilationists, so they believe that there is like a hell, that it's like a hell that is like closed from from within, you know, where like everybody who's in hell actually would rather be in hell, and then like eventually just hell ceases to exist, so everybody in hell just ceases to exist as well. I'm pretty sure that's like a.
So look, and I'm not about to tell you what your belief is, of course. Like you might have like a different view, but just from my understanding, and I just pulled up like, you know, AI overview, so make of that what you will. I just pulled up an AI overview of universalism definition, and, you know, you won't be able to see it, but everybody else will be able to see it. So, you know, bear in mind that I'm reading that. It just says universalism is the theological and philosophical belief that all human beings will ultimately be saved, reconciled to God, and experience eternal life, regardless of their faith or actions during their lifetime. Like, yeah. So that's like I guess maybe that's the traditional understanding of universalism, and like you can maybe glue on annihilationism, and then it's caveated with all human beings that weren't annihilated are ultimately saved or something like that. But then, like, you know, I guess then you're not a universalist in the sense that at least as far as I understand it. But so whether or not though that you're whether or not you're an annihilationist or not, you still have this belief that there was some state of affairs where, you know, people were perfect, the people weren't committing sin, and then somehow sin entered the world, and now we have this sin that everybody's born with, and so like there's still something there that you have to latch onto, or you can just say it's a mystery. And if you say it's a mystery, I'm just like, like it just doesn't have a whole lot of explanatory power.
I get it. That's not really compelling. But so what I would like to kind of go, and also just to address the annihilationism thing, there's also, like you said, that in Christian universalism that like ultimately all people will be saved. It is also kind of my belief that like people even within hell can be saved. It's just like maybe even more difficult for them or whatever.
Well, not if you're an annihilationist. If you're an annihilationist, when you die, there is no hell. You just stop existing, right?
No,
unless you take the view that there's like a delayed annihilationism.
Yeah, I thought that annihilationism was that like everybody who's in hell will eventually just cease to be, like after the second coming or the kingdom of heaven on earth, because like the dilemma is then that like, okay, so like imagine like that the second coming happens, the kingdom of heaven on earth is here, everything's supposed to be ultimately good, but hey, there's still like this pocket dimension of evil.
Sure, that's what you mean. Okay, I mean, like, yeah, you could take that view. You could take that view, I suppose, as well. Yeah. But look, so we are a little bit off topic. I mean, like, look, so I grant that I was probably overly general. But do you actually want to talk about, like, do you have like some arguments that you think would be compelling for me?
Sure, maybe? Like, and you know, like a lot of people try to like take this approach of like, you know, working from a deistic God upwards, like Christian God, and we can. I don't necessarily really want to go down that route. I do want to kind of at least start with like, so like, do you describe yourself as like a materialist or a physicalist or something?
Physicalism is probably pretty close. I mean, maybe naturalism of some kind. My view is that like the things that exist are the kinds of things that you can do physics to.
Yeah. Like measure, you know, test,
or
and stuff
at least like model or something like this.
Okay, yeah.
Like there might be things that
like,
are fundamentally unmeasurable, but like you can at least still model it, and they could still, in principle, exist.
For sure, and like we also have to like have something to test it against, right? Because I remember like in the previous conversation, we were bringing up like abstract mathematical models of like different dimensions of space or whatever.
Yeah,
but
so these should be in principle testable. It's
okay.
not to say that if we can't test it now, then it's not physical, right?
Okay, for sure. So have you heard of the argument against naturalism?
I'm sure that there's a bunch. Maybe I've heard the argument that you're talking. Are you talking about the evolutionary argument?
Yeah, like where like if
I'm familiar with the evolutionary argument.
Survivability, then truth doesn't necessarily equal survivability. So in this, like in knowing that we evolved for survivability, then you like undercut your ability to be sensible to truth, essentially, or whatever, or sensitive to truth.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm familiar with the argument. I think this is Plantinga that came up with this argument first. I'm familiar with the argument. I just don't understand why anybody considers it forceful, because like it seems intuitively obvious to me that, of course, if you know true things about the world, or if you believe true things about the world, you will be able to more adequately respond to the way the world is, and so you'd be able to survive more easily.
I guess, but then like technically, like, I mean,
right? Like I feel like if you believe if there was a tiger chasing you, and instead you believed that there was like, I don't know, like a plant just sitting next to you, then it seems like you wouldn't respond in a way that would lead to your survival.
Mm-hmm. And so yes, like that's kind of like like what I would kind of get at is that like that there are. Okay, like I'll grant that yes, that like if we kind of bake these into each other, then like sure, like being sensitive to survival can equate to like knowing things that are true and false in order to.
Now what like, I'm absolutely happy to grant that evolution doesn't select for perfect or for perception perfectly correlating with truth. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. People aren't perfect truth-seeking machines. We have biases, and we have failures to understand things, and absolutely. But I think that like generally speaking, one would expect a tendency towards survival if there's some sort of perception involved at all. That perception mm-hmm. should at least somehow track on most of the time to truth.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think what the argument that was trying to get at though is that, like, sure, like we can understand certain things to be true even though they're false, or what I mean by that is like like the hearing a rustling in the bushes and assuming it's a tiger or whatever, and then running mm-hmm. away, not knowing for sure or whatever, and like how there are some lies, if you will, that like evolution has for us that we rely on in order to increase our survivability, right?
Right.
And like the question is then like, okay, how do you know that like 2 + 2 = 4 isn't one of those? Like, what if like the answer is something else, but your brain just cannot perceive of it being another way, and every time you try to approach the problem, you always get at 4 because like your perception is just evolved to be fixed that way, essentially.
Yeah. So the question, it sounds like what's trying to be done is an external critique of some sort of like evolutionary point of view. All I'm getting at is that the evolutionary point of view is internally coherent. Namely that mm-hmm. if you take the evolutionary point of view with all of the evidence that you have, then it is expected that you would get at least some truth-seeking behavior. And one would expect that the majority would be truth-seeking, or the majority would be truth-tracking rather. And so if mm-hmm. you wanted to increase your certainty, again, this is internal to the evolutionary view. If you wanted to increase your certainty of something because maybe you weren't so sure about it, or you wanted to double check, what you would use is you would use different modes, because the probability of each individual mode being wrong is much greater than the probability of many different modes being wrong. So you would use multiple different modes to check something, and then you could reasonably come to the conclusion that the thing that you were checking is likely not, not one of those things that evolution expects you to get wrong. So I'm saying that this is it's internally coherent. Now you could say, well, but that doesn't, like, you could just be wrong about everything, and you would have no way of knowing it. Well, sure, but that's not an internal critique.
Right. Yeah. And like, and like, again, the argument I think like does grant that, like, sure, like there are some things that you might be sensitive to truth on. I think it's just more so getting at like, but you don't know which of, like you said, like take like, I don't know, let's say there's like 100 things, like points mm-hmm. of knowledge or whatever, that we're like we've evolved to be sensitive to the truth or falsehood of, and like, but only like say 10 of these things are actually false, and then like the 90 rest are true.
Right.
But it's like, but you don't know which set of those 10 are false and which set of those 90 are true. And then whenever you try to like, they're like, oh well, let's take these 90 things that we think are true. It's like, okay, but already the problem is that you're gonna take like a set of truths that you hold to be true, but you don't technically know whether they're true or not, and then you're gonna like
so
use
I'm
those.
I'm a fallibilist about knowledge, or like some sort of yeah, I guess fallibilist is the technical word. I don't think that like in order to have knowledge, I don't think that you have to be 100% certain of something.
Mm-hmm.
Because I tend to hold the view that I'm not sure if you can be 100% certain of like basically anything, perhaps with one exception, namely that like there is some thinking happening.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, you know, it could be the case that I'm like a brain in a vat, and like every time I've seen two things put next to each other, the simulation that is being simulated directly to my mind actually makes it be that there's two things, but in reality, when you put two things next to each other, you actually get three things. Like I could just be mistaken about that, and so like all of the sense data that I've used to come to the conclusion that 1 + 1 = 2 is like a reliable statement, like all of those things, it could be wrong, but that doesn't mean I don't know them.
Yeah. And like I'm kind of in accordance with that as well. Like, you know, I don't claim to have objective knowledge of these things, you know, like I think that there is like objective truth. It's just that like I feel like even if there were like objective truth, it's like something that you couldn't like, it'd be like very awkward to wield, if you know what I mean. It's like
I think you'd have a hard time accessing it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I kind of use the analogy of like I don't know, like a diamond in the rough, and say the diamond is like objective truth. But like no matter how much you try to clear it, no matter how much you try to hold it, there's always some awkwardness to it. There's always some like dirt kind of smudging the outside surface of it, and so it's like
sure, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
So, but then what's the argument for Christianity?
Well, okay, so I mean, I heard your conversation earlier where you were talking about like, you know, out of all the times that it could have taken place, you know, like you thought that like 2,000 years ago was a pretty bad
I think
place
so.
for the event.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not like you could say like necessarily the best, but I mean, if you consider that like humans have been around for like 300,000 years, with the vast majority of that having no written record of anything, like we're actually only talking about like what's 2,000 of
maybe
10,000
years of civilization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
then,
like, you know, like 3% or something like this. Sure. But like,
yeah, so that's not,
you
like,
know,
terrible,
we're not trying to work with, you know, it's decent. This is like the all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the universe we're talking about. Do better than decent.
Okay. So I would say though that like if you, because I'm a pretty big fan of history. I kind of like to like look at our historical past, even anthropology, right? If you kind of look at the way the world was 2,000 years ago, I just feel like the kind of common philosophy that you got around those periods of time, particularly with like the Romans and stuff in that area, it's just that like I feel like we were almost in like a weird moral crisis where it was very much like a, you know, a might makes right sort of mentality, and there was like all kinds of like empires around the world, and like this concept of like equality and, you know, like everybody being made under the, in the eyes of God or whatever, just wasn't really around. You know, even the Jews, you know, like we're like, yeah, but we're the special people, and everybody else is like, you know, they're on their own or whatever.
I mean, that's
so
not really
Jesus
the view,
kinda
but so just sorry to cut you short, but like Jesus coming around 2,000 years ago didn't fix that, right?
Well, I think it's definitely down a path though of like consideration for like,
it took like,
hey, like
1900 years before even some countries got to some degree of equality, right?
Like
slavery was abolished. Like there were some countries that abolished slavery in like the 1800s.
Yeah,
like a few. There were a few countries that did that.
Yeah, I know that like England, I think abolished slavery in like the 16 or 1700s.
No, it was in the 1800s. But, it was like 1810s or something like this.
Oh, okay. A little bit later then.
I I think. I mean, I can
But,
double
like,
check, but the point is that this is over 1,000 years after Jesus came before we're even getting a sliver of equality. So like clearly him coming 2,000 years ago, it wasn't like it fixed it. It wasn't like it set things on, like set things right. Like he could have come 200 years ago, and I think it would have been basically the same outcome.
Well, I mean, but the argument would then be that, like, because we are imperfect and we like are not, you know, like we act imperfectly, even if like God came directly to us and told us like, hey, here are the right things to do, the message would still be like kind of slow to come to for everybody, because we would still be kind of rooted in our sinful ways, especially with in that time period, you know, like you have like a precedent of like thousands of years beforehand of like practicing slavery and all these important things. So to do away with all of that even very quickly, it's not like I mean, like, if you want to like make the argument that God should have like just forced his hand and like just did a clean slate of everything and like suddenly we're all like good and peaceful like we are now, then that's like one discussion. But like if like we're supposed to do it on our own accord after he's told us what to do, then obviously that would take some amount of time.
But like, look, there were some very, very niche things that were mentioned in the Bible that, like, I don't know if you're Catholic or not, but like Catholics, because it was said in like one verse that ye shall eat of my body and blood, Catholics have been doing that for like 2,000 years, and they think that they like literally eat the body and blood of Jesus.
Like it turns into like
it turns into it, and like, and it is like the most sacred thing that you can do. So like one little tittle of a verse, like fixes forces the entire Catholic Church to do something for like 2,000 years. Why couldn't Jesus have just said, slavery sends you to, being a slave master sends you to hell?
Yeah.
He could have just said that, and then at least all the Catholics wouldn't have had slaves.
For sure. And I kind of like, when the slavery question comes up, I do have to like kind of sit there and think, like, why is there no explicit verse against slavery, and I don't know, because it's kind of a thing where if I were to like consider it, it's like, unlike most other things that are kind of like recommended, like, like treating your neighbor as, or treating all people as your neighbor, whatever, and doing unto others as you would have to be done to yourself. I feel like I kind of would like to talk to a historian about this, but I just feel like slavery, because it was like so rooted in every civilization back then, and it was in a weird way like badly necessary for some civilizations. To undercut that at the time and say like suddenly there's no slaves, I mean, like, I don't know if that would have like just then resulted in like just immediate collapse everywhere, because then they're like, okay, so then how are we gonna continue infrastructure and like, this and like all these different things that a society needs to function. I'm not saying that like slavery was good. It's just like I wonder if it was like maybe like a immoral necessity at the time. I'm not sure.
I mean, like, think of it. Okay, so this is going back to the Hebrews, but like under the Hebrew or in the Hebrew Bible, the ancient Israelites are told, yeah, you just can't eat this kind of food anymore. If it doesn't have a cloven hoof, if it doesn't chew its cud, you can't eat it. And like, pork, pigs, they were a pretty common food. Lots of different animals were pretty common foods, and it's just all of a sudden, yeah, you just can't eat it anymore. And so like that, I'm sure that had some pretty significant consequences too, but like, it is what it is, right?
It is. It's just that I don't know, like, I mean, I could see that as being like kind of
or what about this one? You have to, so every 7th year you can't farm. You have to leave your field alone. Like that would be devastating, right?
It would be. I mean, I assume that they would then take precautions, like, all right, we got to stock up like for
they did. They had to, right? Because it was like otherwise like civilizations would collapse. So like clearly there wasn't an issue with God commanding people to do things that are hard and that would significantly affect society. Yeah.
And I agree. It's just that I don't know like where slavery would rank among that. Like what if like slavery was like the hardest thing for a civilization at that time to give up?
Let me give you this. So if you were a male slave, a male Hebrew slave, then you had to be let go in the year of Jubilee, right? Why couldn't they make that apply to everybody? So that like nobody could stay a slave for more than 7 years.
Yeah.
It apparently wasn't so hard to do away with that for the Hebrews, because that was a law that was imposed for the Hebrews. So like clearly that didn't lead to collapse, so it didn't need to. So that couldn't be an example of something that would cause collapse if God had ordered that, or if Jesus had ordered that. And that would have been at least an anti-slavery, a somewhat anti-slavery view, right?
Yeah, and I don't know, with some things, and like I know that you're going to go down this route of like, okay, we're going to have to examine then like what you do and don't believe, but like when it comes to like these commandments, I'm also kind of like of the opinion that like, you know, like the scriptures have been like tainted with over time, or like, you know, the man didn't receive the word exactly or whatever, and so like it's possible that like, you know, even for a commandment like that, whereas like, oh, you must release only a man every 7th year on Jubilee, then it's like, okay, but like, can we actually verify
Well,
even
I mean,
within an internal Christian perspective?
Surely that's what Jesus believed. Jesus believed that that was what the law was, right? So Jesus could have just implemented that law universally, but he didn't, which is just weird.
Again, the kind of argument there, though, like with Jesus addressing slavery, is just that like he was very much like open for, you know, like people, like didn't he like, yeah, he like dined with Gentiles and stuff like that, and
yeah, sure,
kind of like,
but he definitely didn't say that. He definitely he never said a single thing that was anti-slavery.
Yeah, like
or was even like mildly anti-slavery, or like mildly, you know, slaves should be slaves for less time, or at best he said. Yeah,
like, I think the closest you get is like the apostles afterwards, but like even they're like not exactly explicit, but I think like it was Peter.
You get like, you know, masters be kind to your slaves, that like, but it doesn't say like don't have slaves.
Yeah. Again, like, you know, like if we're gonna just say like don't have slaves blanketly, like I would really like to talk to a historian about this, just like this hypothetical scenario of like, okay, what if slavery didn't exist at all 2,000 years ago? Like, would we practically expect a civilizational collapse like just everywhere, or like would it still be possible? I'm not sure.
But look, you don't even need slavery to be completely abolished. You could make it significantly better. You could put laws in place that no slave shall beat their master, or no master shall beat their slave, that all slaves should be let free in the year of Jubilee. You could make it a lot better, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like, that's kind of like what I think it's Peter that said something about like, you know, slaves be kind, or masters be kind to your slaves. It's definitely like not nothing, but I do see what you mean.
Jesus,
like,
right? That wasn't Jesus saying that.
Yeah. I mean, he's supposed to be like, you know, an apostle though of Jesus, and so like would know kind of like the will of Jesus, if you will. but yeah, like I get that, like, you know, there's no like explicit mention of it, so like, you know, we're kind of left, Christians internally are kind of left wondering like, why is there no real explicit?
It's just a little weird. And so like, look, what could have happened is Jesus could have showed up in the early 1800s in, I don't know, in like England or the United States or somewhere in Western Europe, or, you know, because these are the places that abolished slavery pretty early, at least as far as the Western world is concerned. That's kind of trivially true. But anyway, he could have showed up there in like 1780 or 1750 or something. And then at that point, the world was ready. You know, we had been figuring this out, assuming that, you know, nothing, like he could have done his second coming, or he could have had planned 3 comings or whatever. He could have showed up again in the 1750s and be like, okay, it's time. No more slaves. Just no more slaves. And then that would be something, right? But, and, you know, we would have better records of it, and, you know, it would get around the world faster because, you know, what's it called? Telegraphs were a thing fairly soon afterwards. He could have showed up in China in like, I don't know, there was a particular emperor in China like 1,000 years ago or something like this that tried to abolish slavery. But basically his ministers ended up not really implementing it. And so if he had showed up in China around that same time, then that emperor would have had more force, a more forceful way to implement the abolishment of slavery, right? And so then that would have been huge. So I don't know, it just seems like there definitely could have been better times to make things be better overall. both for recording purposes and for human flourishing purposes. I don't know. And it's also really weird that he only showed up in the Middle East.
Yeah,
that's weird. Why there?
I mean, to be fair, it was like kind of a pretty big, important. Well, I mean, not necessarily hugely.
Not really. The Middle East
was
was like a backwater
by
that time.
Yeah, but it was like within the Roman Empire, and I think it had been recently conquered.
Yes, I mean, so was France.
Yeah, with the Gauls, but well, the Gauls didn't really practice much like writing
but, like,
at
why,
all.
Why show up there? Why not show up in like modern day Thailand or like, you know, modern day Mesoamerica?
I don't know.
Like, these are all places with like large populations.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I mean, if the goal though is supposed to be like eventually like a worldwide spread thing, I mean, like, I'm mostly familiar with European history, and from what I understand, like, Europe was like kind of the more expansive culture that eventually kind of brought into most of the world.
But he could have just showed up in multiple places at once, right? Why wait for Christianity to be spread by the sword, taking, you know, 1,500 years? When he could have just showed up in like Beijing and I'm gonna butcher it. The capital of there's a Mesoamerican empire that I can't remember the name of. He could have just showed up in all of these places.
Incans or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, so if I were to like
the Tenochtitlan, yeah, that's what I was talking about. But I think that was a little bit later. So, you know, but he could have showed up in all of these places at perhaps different times, different places.
So, like, if you're asking me, then I would kind of essentially conceptualize it as basically like God kind of shows up every now and then with like a message or whatever, and like some, you know, amount of miracles to like, you know.
Except it seems to be very localized. It seems to be like strictly like in the Middle East.
I would say though that the goal is that like essentially it's kind of like up to us to like carry that out. And so like, yes, like he shows up in like one particular location, a pretty like, I mean, it spread like pretty slowly over time, but we have like Christian presence in Rome in like the 60s AD, I believe, at like the earliest.
Yeah, sure.
And so beyond that, like, I think it's like essentially up to, I mean, like, so kind of tilting towards the slavery argument, like, would you agree that it was primarily like Christian philosophy that eventually led to abolishment of slavery over time?
I mean, apparently not, because again, I'll mention the Chinese emperor, whose name I can go find if you're interested, but he was clearly not influenced by Christian philosophy, and he tried to abolish slavery. He was just unsuccessful.
Okay. At least in the West, then?
Well, yeah, but that's because the West was dominated by Christians.
Right.
That would be like saying it was the Greek philosophy that led to democracy in Greece. Like, yeah.
For sure.
Obviously.
But so, like, yeah. But also Christian philosophy kind of evolves over time, right? You know, you've got like St. Augustine and Origen, stuff like that at the kind of early on. You got Thomas Aquinas later on, and then so on and so on. And then so like kind of like all these philosophies kind of evolve, right? And we eventually, at least in the West, kind of conclude, at least, you know, like in philosophical terms, like, hey, you know, like there's this great sin that is being committed, and I don't think it's within Jesus's will that we should continue to do this.
But then you have the other Christians who are saying, but these are the descendants of Ham, and so, or whatever they would say, and so therefore these are the descendants of Cain, and therefore they have the mark of the mark of evil, and they deserve the foul treatment. Like you had Christians you had Christian philosophy also justifying slavery, right?
Yes, I mean, I would kind of like, I understand like that those arguments were made. I don't really know if they were necessarily made like in philosophical environments, though. You know, because
I don't
feel
think
like
that there were philosophical environments making arguments against slavery either.
Not even
like this was like political stuff.
When I'm thinking of like a philosophical environment, I'm thinking of like, you know, like universities and places where people are like learning philosophy even in accordance with their religion, and then they're like making these conclusions, you know, like, and then I don't know, I feel like the where you would have heard those arguments would have been more like just at your local church or whatever. And
yeah, you would have heard them in churches, which is where philosophy was. I mean, philosophy was done in philosophy was done in churches. That's where do you think Augustine worked?
Yeah,
Or Aquinas.
I'm just saying that, but there's a hierarchy of churches too, right? Like there's a difference between your little local church just down the road and like St. Peter's Basilica. Even in terms of access to knowledge,
Sure.
you know, like St. Peter's Basilica has like the library there that has all kinds of stuff. So, but you know, like so, okay, like.
Okay, so
to
just to be
like...
so I'm just googling this because I'm just curious if it's true. Apparently, Saint Augustine of Hippo, who lived 400-ish years after Jesus, he viewed slavery as a punitive consequence for sin.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Aquinas thought that slavery was useful.
Yeah.
So like these are not we're not talking about like nobodies. We're talking about plenty of somebodies who were arguing in favor of slavery in the Christian tradition.
Yeah, like, well, and as I said though, that like, you know, these philosophies evolve over time. You know, like whenever you get to like the 16, 17, 1800s, you get like
but was that because of Christianity, or was that just because of the Enlightenment, which was kind of in stark contrast with Christianity?
Kind of the argument though to be had there is that like, when considering any sort of like philosophy of like, oh, we should do this in society, then the kind of assumption is that like there is some objective morality that we should be moving towards, and like, you know, in this case, the ultimate objective moral code of God. And so to be more in line with that would be to constantly reconsider your own moral.
Just to be clear, the is-ought problem didn't exist until the 1700s, so there were plenty of people doing the Enlightenment during the Enlightenment who just thought that I'm sure that this is the case, who thought that you could just derive morality from or you could derive norms from non-normative claims, right?
Yeah.
So like you didn't need Christianity in order to have like Enlightenment thoughts about politics.
Well, but the at least within the Christian philosophical world, I would imagine even back then, like, you know, with Thomas Aquinas and Origen, is that like, even if we have these moral preconceptions, it's like, yeah, but we're also sinful beings. So like, you know, they might be distorted or warped and stuff like that. So we might not be correct on everything that we think is morally true. And so we have to like give arguments for why or why not. And then over time, those arguments change.
Well, look, yeah, so the arguments change. The question is, what changed in Christianity? Or what changed? Was it the Christianity that changed? Or was it the people that were nominally Christians that changed? And I would argue that like it's pretty evident that Christianity didn't, I mean, like the Christian texts certainly didn't change, right?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
And so what changed was just that people interpreted them in a way, people changed their interpretation of those Christian texts. And that means that it was the people that were doing the changing, unrelated to the Christianity. It was people's intuitions started to change. People started to view slavery as less good intuitively. And so they sought justification in these texts.
I can see that, but I mean, like, again, like if we like, I mean, for this, like, if it's going to be an internal critique, then we could just say that like assume Christianity is true. If we assume Christianity is true, then by the time that you get to these Enlightenment thinkers, then their assumption is that like, okay, like there is some sort of like ultimate objective moral value that I should be moving towards. And as a sinful being, I'm not always sure of what that is. And like, I'm looking at these old philosophers and they're saying like, oh, here's practical reasons for slavery. Here's necessary reasons for slavery. Here's good reasons for slavery. And then I look back at myself and I think like, you know, intuitively, okay, well, what, you know, makes sense to me. And as you said, like, you know, they're using their intuition to come to different conclusions. I think what they're trying to essentially do is say like, okay, well, if I want to be more in accordance with God, then one, I have to like look at what the scriptures say. And yes, like there are scriptures kind of justifying slavery, but here's like Jesus saying all these kind of very unprecedented things for the time period, like, you know, treating other people as your neighbor and like being forgiving.
To be clear, that's not unprecedented. The golden rule thing is not.
Yeah, no,
that's not new. That wasn't new.
Yeah.
So like, it's. I'm not really making an internal critique. Roughly, what I'm saying is that, if it's the case that these things are bad, then it is very bizarre like slavery. It is very bizarre that the Christian story played out in a way that didn't handle these problems. And you know, I say these problems, like slavery is one of these problems, but also like the lack of universalism of Christianity. Like that was a problem, because it meant that wars were fought against, you know, infidels. It meant that peoples were conquered and forced into a religion. If this religion had been spread across the globe already, then there would be no need for wars. You would just show up in Mexico and you'd be like, huh, they're Christian too, right? Like, so like there are just these problems. And so it seems like Christianity doesn't solve these problems. And in fact, Christianity seems to be in direct conflict with solutions to these problems. It doesn't explain the results as well. Look, I gotta let you go because I'm getting a phone call. And I gotta take it really quick, but thank you for being here, Goku.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
I gotta take this phone call really quick, y'all. One sec, y'all. Sorry about that. It was no news at all, actually. Definitely not helpful, because they just told me something that I was told like a week and a half ago. Sorry about that. Let's read some super chats and we'll bring on our next guest. We are going a little bit late today because we didn't have a live stream yesterday. But let's read some super chats. From GR6914 with the $50. Thank you so much, GR. Yeah, I'll put down the hair. We'd all celebrate if you broke the rules and let that hair down for us one time, bud. Love, handsome American. I do it all the time. You just got to get to 100K likes on TikTok. That's all. And from Get Stanfield with the $10. Is it true that there is more evidence currently of the universe exhibiting evidence of a big crunch as opposed to the heat death model? Thanks. No, I would say that currently it is up in the air. The evidence of the heat death was based on the assumption of a cosmological constant, which is kind of the simplest model that we have. And so back when we had low resolution measurements, it was the simplest model that fit the data the best. But now we're getting more and more precise measurements, and so it's just not clear if that's going to be the simplest model anymore, or the simplest model that fits the data best. Because now as our resolution is increasing, something that may have looked like a straight line maybe is now looking like a curve. But so I would say it's up in the air. The majority of people probably still lean towards a heat death, but it is significantly alternatives are talked about significantly more now, if that helps. From Might You Find It Interesting with the $5, abolishing slavery is something that we did as humans, no thanks to God, and we should be proud. P.S. Slavery was never necessary, you Christian. Yeah, I mean, like, we can talk about how this happened historically, but the point is that like humans did it in a lot of different places, and not all of those places were Christian. All right, and I think we have some cash apps as well, which is super appreciated. We got $25 from Matilda saying, "Get well soon, Dr. Blitz. You got this. I will do my best." And we have $100 from Shay for "Gonna Miss You." So just for those who don't know, I'm having a pretty major surgery on Monday to have a tumor removed. And I will probably be out of commission for like at least a week, if not more. Depends on how the pain management goes and how the recovery goes. So it might be a while before you see me again after Monday. So that's what that's about. But Shay, it's very much appreciated. It's very generous and very kind of you. And from Very Good Wizard with the $5, just a little Dr. Blitz love. Thanks for doing this, and may the Evredian branching be in our favor. Indeed, may it be in our favor. I will drink to that. This is coffee. Yes, I will drink to that. All right, let's bring up our next guest. Let's talk to John Locke Cumshot. Let's go. With a name like that. John Locke, how's it going? Oh, he's not here yet. All right, it looks like John Locke is not connecting. Let's talk to Mabam. Hope I said that name right. Oh yeah, so this is a good point. So while I will not be posting TikTok videos, starting Monday or perhaps Tuesday, I might post something Monday morning. Well, I will not be posting the TikTok videos that I usually post every day. And I won't be posting, I won't have live streams. I do have some live videos set up in advance, all the way out through the end of next week. And so these are clips of debates that happened over the last week or so. And so you'll at least be able to see something new every day. It just won't be a few hours of content every day. It will be, you know, somewhere between 10 and 45 minutes or something like this. Okay, let's talk to One Photon Theory. With a name like that. One Photon Theory, how's it going?
Good. Hi. Can you hear me?
Howdy. Yeah, I can. Do you believe in a god, One Photon Theory?
Yes, I believe in a god, but I wouldn't say I'm not religious.
That's fine. You don't have to be religious.
Yeah. The case I would make would be if you take consciousness seriously, like the hard problem of consciousness, it's just the idea that it's like ontologically real, it needs to be explained. And then the idea that like what is stuff made out of, right? We usually say it's matter, but it really comes down to like fields, right? Like quantum field theory.
Sure. So what is this God that you believe in?
Well, what I think of as God is if consciousness can live outside of our bodies, like if we have some sort of experience after death, that's sort of what I believe in. I don't know that there's necessarily a God, like some sort of.
Well, it kind of seems unrelated to whether or not there's a God.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you can be an idealist and also be an atheist.
But if your soul existed after death, like that's not on par with God.
You can be an atheist and think that these things don't that like God doesn't. You can be an atheist and think that souls exist.
Okay, that's news to me. I always thought like if you had a soul and when you die and if you live on in some sort of other plane, that would be on par with God.
Nope. Unrelated.
Well, then I'd have new respect for atheists then, because I didn't think that they would believe that.
Well, I mean, I don't believe that, but I'm sure there are atheists who do.
Well, let me tell you why I associate it. So if you have consciousness...
Well, to be clear, whether or not souls exist is not the topic of conversation today.
Okay, well...
So I'm going to let you go.
Okay,
Apologies for making you wait so long. Take care.
All right.
All right, let's talk to Daniel Williams. Trying to get one decent conversation from TikTok, then one decent conversation from Discord, and back and forth. Daniel, how's it going?
Hi, I'm doing great.
Glad to hear it. Daniel, do you believe in a God?
I believe in a potential for God, and I kind of just want to, but I do have I do oppose. I don't think it's fair to say, as of now, with our current knowledge of everything in the world and what's going on, that atheism is fair to say, or believing in a God is fair to say. I'm agnostic.
So you're telling me that you can't convince me to believe in the God that you don't believe in?
I'm saying, I guess I'm asking, why are you convinced that there is no God compared to that it's a possibility?
Because I've heard good arguments that there is no God, and I haven't heard good arguments that there is a God. And so on the balance of the arguments, I'm convinced that there isn't one.
Okay. I just honestly wanted to get that differential, because if you were like 100%, I didn't know it was like a spectrum thing, like on the atheist spectrum. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, thanks for being here, Daniel. Good luck. Let's talk to JLux. JLux, how's it going?
I'm having a blessed day.
Glad to hear it. Do you believe in a God, JLux?
I believe in Lord Jehovah.
Okay.
I am a Christian. I believe wholeheartedly that Jesus walked this earth, that he lived a sinless life, and that he died for our sins, and and he rose 3 days later after he was killed.
Do you think that sins are objective?
Hold on, what do you mean by that?
Do you think that, like, if you do an action, it either is a sin or it isn't, and it doesn't matter why, or like why you did it or who you are?
Well, I think it does. Well, I mean, what if it is objective? Well, everyone sins. From
that wasn't my question.
Okay, but I don't understand your question.
Like if somebody commits a sin, or if somebody does something, does it matter who they are? Does who they are affect whether or not it's a sin?
No.
Does the reason why they did the sin affect whether or not it's a sin?
Does the reason why
they did the thing affect whether or not the action itself is a sin?
Well, I think it depends. But for answer your first question, if you would, I believe that it doesn't matter because we're all equal in God's eyes.
Right. Okay. So it doesn't matter if Bill Gates does a sin or if it's like some poor guy in Eastern Russia that does a sin. It's still a sin. It doesn't matter who it is, right?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. That would be, yes.
And let's say that you have like two people, one person, and they're both married. They're not married to each other, but they're both married to a spouse. And one person sleeps with. They both cheat on their spouse. But one person does it because they're really horny, and the other person does it because the other spouse was cheating on them.
Well, I think morally we can think about it. Okay.
Well, I'm just asking, are they both sins?
Yes.
So regardless of why you cheated on your spouse, it's still a sin to cheat on your spouse, right?
Yeah. Because in my mind, hold on. In my mind, divorce is permissible when you are adulterated on.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
And I am not a conservative Christian. So
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So would you say that like breaking people's stuff is a sin?
Yes.
Like if I smash your fence, is that a sin?
I mean, someone just asked me. Someone asks property damage. Yeah.
So property damage is a sin.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've agreed that, and I'm just gonna write this down just so then we can have something to talk about concrete.
I do not want to wet. Yeah.
One sec.
Okay.
I'm just. Well,
do you mind if I get my computer?
Yeah. You can, but this shouldn't take long. So here I'm just gonna say that premise one, property damage is a sin regardless of the reason or who does it, right?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay, premise 2. Jesus committed property damage when he flipped the tables.
Yes.
Conclusion. Jesus committed a sin. Do we agree?
No, but I see what you're doing. I see you there. I see you being like,
So which one do you not agree with?
But Jesus had a sinless life. He only did it because it was...
So you disagree with the conclusion, but you don't disagree with either premise?
Well, I disagree that, hold on, let me think. Because I disagree that I think Jesus lived a sinless life, and that when he flipped those tables, it was because that the temple was exploiting its people, and that he
But
was
you said that doing a sin, that a sin is a sin, regardless of the reason. It doesn't matter why he did it.
No, but Jesus didn't sin.
Well, I mean, you agreed that property damage is a sin, right? Regardless of the reason why somebody does property damage is a sin.
Well, maybe not then. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. So, Jesus... Well, I think that sins are like something... Sinning is something that you do wrong, and we all do it, okay? So, something that we do wrong is like, we have reasons for what we do wrong. But...
Oh, so wait a minute. Does it matter now if you have a good reason for doing your sin? It makes it not a sin, or for doing your action, it makes it no longer a sin?
Well, property... Well, I mean, no. So, I don't think property... Hold on. What I'm saying is property damage a sin?
Well, you said it was.
Well, I don't know that.
In fact, you volunteered that. I didn't even ask you that. You said somebody said property damage. So, yes, property damage is a sin. That's what you said.
No, but what I'm saying is that Jesus lived a sinless life.
I know you're saying that. You don't like the conclusion, but you did agree that property damage is a sin. And you also agreed that an action is a sin regardless of the reason or who does it.
No. That's not what I said. I said, where in the Bible does it say? You asked me about property damage. I'm asking where in the Bible.
Look, I'm just going off of what you said. I'm just going off of what you said. Do you want me to replay the tape? I can do that. Was cheating.
Yeah.
Property damage. Hold on.
Do you mind if I get my computer?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'm just going to replay the... This shouldn't take long. So I'm going to replay the relevant bit. Property damage, but this... Well,
do you mind if I get my computer?
One sec.
Okay.
I'm just... Have something to talk about concrete. Oh, that was the clip, Rip.
I do not want to wear. Yeah.
One sec. Okay. Concrete. Have something to talk about concrete.
I do not want to wear. Yeah.
One sec.
Okay.
I'm just... Well, hold on. Where is it? I know it's somewhere here.
Yeah.
Okay. Damage is a sin. Here we go.
Someone asks, property damage. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So property damage is a sin.
Yeah.
Okay. So you did just say proper... Okay, so you lied? You lied.
I mean, I didn't lie, but I didn't.
Okay.
I wasn't thinking straight. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find my computer to look up something regarding this conversation.
Okay, so property damage isn't a sin.
No, it is not. Well, I don't know. I don't think it says that in the Bible.
Okay, so
I think wrath is a sin.
Okay.
If you're doing it out of wrath, I mean, yeah. So Jesus, when he flipped those tables, he wasn't doing it out of wrath. He was doing it for justice. And
so, can you explain to me, I mean, there are some verses that definitely point to property damage being a sin, right?
Okay.
So, like, I mean, we can just pull up some verses if you want, but like Exodus 22 is a good example. Why don't we pull up Exodus 22?
Okay.
And so these are commandments, so... Okay, so here we have Exodus 22. And, you know, maybe you'll say that this isn't a sin, but it at least points to something. So, anyone who steals must certainly make restitution, but if they have nothing, then they must be sold to pay for the theft. If the stolen animal is found alive, okay, so that's about stealing. If anyone grazes their livestock in a field or vineyard and lets them stray and they graze in someone else's field, i.e. you let your animals eat somebody else's, grazing stuff, the offender must make restitution. If a fire breaks out and spreads into thorn bushes so that it burns shocks of grain or standing grain or the whole field, the one who started the fire must make restitution. So these are describing things that are not good according to God, right? So this would be an example of accidentally starting a fire and causing somebody else's stuff to be burnt. You are responsible. That is a bad thing.
Okay.
I'm sure I can go find other verses too, but like the point is that like these are things that like property damage is absolutely discussed in the Bible.
Well, okay, let's go to but I mean, okay, so Leviticus. Okay, well, I mean Leviticus 6:1 to like 5 or something 6, that addresses stealing. And I believe stealing is a sin. And then Exodus, did you just say Exodus 22?
Yeah, I was talking about Exodus 22 with regards to property damage of like burning somebody else's stuff. Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be a sin. But when Jesus did property damage, air quotes, she was doing it for, he was doing it for righteousness.
But you said that it doesn't matter why somebody does a sin. You said that it doesn't matter what the reason is, right?
Someone just said like Robin Hood, right? Yeah.
So does the reason why you commit the sin or the reason why you do the action, does that affect whether or not it's a sin?
Well, it's always going to be a sin, but God sees all. So I am not God.
So wait a minute. If it's always going to be a sin and it doesn't have anything to do with, if it doesn't have anything to do with the reason, then it doesn't matter why Jesus did it. He damaged someone's property.
Hold on. Someone just said something about me. I want to rebuke them.
Don't worry about the comments.
I can't wait for her to mispronounce a word.
Don't read the comments. You're talking with me. The comments are going to be mean to you regardless. That's just how the comments are. So talk to me.
Okay. So I think I must have misspoke, and I acknowledge my misspeaking. Because property damage is a sin, but I think that God sees it. He understands us, so he has an umbrella of what sin is. But he understands us.
So it does matter who did the sin, or who did the action.
Well, I think to him, I don't know, but to him, I would think that Bill Gates, right? You said, does he sin? Well, when he sins, when he sins, he sins, as so does someone who lives in, like you said, like Eastern Russia or something like that. So everybody sins.
It doesn't. Well, my question was not does everybody sin. My question was, does it matter who is doing the action as to whether or not it's a sin?
Hold on, sorry. I was just okay. So what does it matter why someone sins? Probably. Well,
it does.
Yes.
So you can have like if you have a good reason for lying.
There's a good reason. But there is sometimes, but like
you think Jesus had a good reason, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't a sin because he's Jesus.
Well, that's the thing in question.
Is she sober? Yes, I'm sober. I don't drink. Anyway.
That's the thing in question, right? The thing in question is whether or not Jesus sinned. And so if it sounds like you're saying that it depends on who's doing it, or it depends on why they're doing it. And that will determine whether or not the action is a sin. What is happening?
I'm praying.
In what's your first language?
I speak English. I'm praying in tongues.
What did you say? Was that a curse?
I'm not cursing you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Please don't.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway, back to the conversation here. I just felt the Spirit because I have to.
Does that happen on the regular for you?
I feel a baby, especially in church, but I feel him all the time. But I mean, in church, when we're all, when he comes in, because the Holy Ghost comes into the church because he's so good and just, I don't even know how to explain it to someone. How?
So wait a minute. Did Jesus speak in tongues, or did he speak in like Greek or Aramaic?
Well, I mean, probably he speaks in tongues in heaven because tongues is the language of angels.
How do you know?
What do you mean? How do I know?
How do you know that tongues is the language of angels? How do you know it's not the language of demons?
Because it's when I'm baptized is when we speak tongues.
Yeah, but Jesus committed a sin, so it sounds like Jesus is probably Satan's son, not God's son.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
I know you do. But
So,
like, I mean, like, you rebuke me in the name of Satan's son, so like, it doesn't seem to be doing much.
You're calling God Satan.
No, what I'm saying is that Jesus committed a sin because he did property damage. And so it seems like if Jesus is anybody's son, it's going to be Satan's.
But I mean, I don't understand what you're asking me.
I grant that. Why is it that Jesus commits sins if he's the son of the Almighty?
Well, because I mean, hold on. So I think that well, hold on. I just want to answer your question about the tongues first.
Yep.
Okay. Well, so you have to ask. So you have to be baptized, I believe, most likely, to speak tongues. And I believe it's most likely the angels, because you have to let the Holy Spirit take your voice. So you have to kind of start murmuring, and then you have to.
I like my voice.
Release.
Why would I let anybody take it?
What do you mean? Why would you? Well, I'm just saying what I do, and that you just take it, and then you release your voice to Him.
Why would I give up my own voice? Would you say that like, destroying nature for no reason is a sin?
Destroying nature for no reason is a sin. Does it say that in the Bible?
No, I'm just asking you. What do you think? I would say that that's like an example of wrath, for example. Like if you're just cutting down, if you just like cut down a tree because you're angry at the tree.
Well,
right?
I don't know why
would that be
a tree, but okay.
Well, no, like maybe you're just really mad in general, and there's like a tree in front of you, so you're just like, ugh, I need to get my rage out, and so you cut down a tree because you're really mad. You would say that that's a sin?
Most likely, maybe.
And what if you're angry because you're hungry? Is it still a sin?
You're angry because you're hungry.
Hangry.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a new word for me. I'm old, so let me think. No.
No, it wouldn't be. So like if I have wrath because I'm hungry, that wouldn't be a sin, even though wrath is a sin.
Even though wrath is a sin.
I mean, you said wrath is a sin, right?
Well, I said wrath. Yes, if you looked at the Bible, you would do that. But
right.
Yeah.
So wrath is a sin, and so does it matter why you're being wrathful?
Well, in a sense, but I think you can restrain yourself from wrath most of the time. Like I said, she doesn't know her Bible.
Right. But but that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. My question is let's say that you can't restrain your wrath because you're so hungry, and so you do something wrathful. Is that a sin?
if I do something wrathful because I'm hungry, is that a sin?
Yeah.
Well, what am I doing that's wrathful?
Let's say you're just like cutting down a tree.
Okay, I cut down the tree
because you're wrathful. Because you're wrathful, and you're wrathful because you're hungry.
Okay, so I cut down this tree because I'm so hungry.
That you're so hungry that your eyes turned red and you were angry.
Okay.
You were angry because you were so hungry, and so you cut down the tree.
Okay.
Is that a sin?
Is it a sin?
Yeah.
I don't know.
even though you're wrathful.
But if you're wrathful, but I'm confused. Why would I don't even understand. So I guess so.
Okay, so I'll give you a better example. Let's say that you're wandering around in the park, as you do, and you're really hungry, and there's a tree that you usually go to, and that tree usually has apples on it. And so usually in the park, you can go up, you can grab an apple, and you wouldn't be hungry anymore. But so this time, you're wandering around the park.
Most likely it's a sin.
You're wandering around the park. This time there are no apples on the.
Who knows us?
Right. So there are no.
The one
right. I understand. So this time you're in the park, and you're hungry, and you go up to the tree expecting to find an apple so you could eat it, and then there's no apples on the tree, so you're just angry, and so you cut down the tree. Is that a sin?
Yes.
That's a sin. Okay. Why did so Jesus did sin, right? Because that's what Jesus did. He just used his magic powers to cut it down.
But he wasn't angry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, why else would he cut it down? It was Matthew 21, verse 18 and 19, by the way.
Okay. But let me...
Early in the morning, as Jesus was on his way back to the city, he was hungry. Seeing a fig tree by the road, he went up to it, but found nothing on its leaves. Then he said to it, "May you never bear fruit again." Immediately, the tree withered. Sounds like wrath to me.
I don't think so. Let's look at the internet.
Yeah, so I mean, like, why would he was hungry. Why would he make the tree wither unless he was hungry and the tree didn't have any figs on it?
Well, I mean, it's his property.
It's his property?
That's what someone in the comments said. I agree, because God owns everything.
So if Jesus just walked up to somebody, so hold on, just to be clear, if Jesus walked up to a person and just smited him, just killed him, like stabbed him in the chest, would that be that wouldn't be a sin? Are you singing?
I'm praying, singing, kind of. I feel like I'm getting like baited into like anger. I'm not angry though, but I feel like.
I mean, what you're getting baited into is getting baited into obvious examples of Jesus doing sins.
But Jesus was sinless.
I know that's what you believe, but I'm giving you examples of Jesus doing sins. So it seems like Jesus wasn't sinless.
I just feel like that, you know what? Jesus says, the Bible says, that those who, well, because the Bible is the infallible thing of God. So
you're right, and infallibly, Jesus was hangry.
Well, I don't think it was a sin then, because
I thought wrath was a sin.
But he wasn't wrathful.
Oh, so if I can find you a verse of something saying that God was angry,
something that says that God was
that he was angry. Okay.
No, Jesus was angry.
Okay.
Because God gets angry because he's God, but Jesus.
But wait a minute.
On life.
Okay, hold on. We'll find something. We'll find something for you. I'm sure that this has happened.
Heavy childhood indoctrination. I have been a Christian for my life. Jesus has touched me. He has a.
Wait, did it? Hopefully, it was. There was no inappropriate touching, right?
No, there was no inappropriate touching.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad.
Thank you. No, but thank you for worrying, because.
Yeah. I don't want anybody. I don't want anybody getting abused.
Yeah, no, I didn't want that either.
Yeah, I mean that would be pretty bad.
You know who I voted for? I voted for. Because I think all of.
So hold on. I just want to. So we have Mark 3 verse 5. Let me pull this up for you. Mark 3 verse 5, easily found. We're going to read a few verses beforehand. Another time, Jesus went into the synagogue, and a man with a shriveled hand was there. Some of them were looking for a reason to accuse Jesus, so they watched him closely to see if he would heal him on the Sabbath. Jesus said to the man with the shriveled hand, "Stand up in front of everyone." Then Jesus asked them, "Which is lawful on the Sabbath, to do good or to do evil, to save life or to kill?" But they remained silent. He looked around at them in anger, and deeply distressed at their stubborn hearts, said to the man, "Stretch out your hand." He stretched it out, and his hand was completely restored. So it looks like Jesus was angry.
Well, no, but okay, hold on.
But it says anger.
Let me look at something for you, okay?
Is this like a skill issue, or?
Oh, Lord Jesus. Merciful Lord. Grant to this man the knowledge of your glory.
This is a bit, right?
What do you mean?
Like, it says the word anger.
What's the verse, please?
Mark 3, verse 5.
Okay.
It's got to be a bit.
Mark, you said Mark?
Mark 3, verse 5.
Mark 3, verse 5. Okay.
We could also look at Mark 10, verse 14. When Jesus saw this, he was indignant. Indignant, by the way, is another word for anger.
The Mark. So because
Oh, hi, Mark.
anger itself is, well, hold on. So
Didn't you say, and maybe I'm not remembering, but didn't you say that if I could find a verse saying that Jesus was angry, that you would, think that I was right about this?
I don't think you're right, but okay.
But didn't you didn't you say that not 10 minutes ago? Okay, so then I'm not right, even though you said that I should find you a verse where it says Jesus was angry.
Wrath that comes from selfish rage is sin. That's what I said earlier.
I don't think that you said those words at all.
I think I did.
I don't think that you said the word selfish at all.
Okay, well, I'm saying that wrath that comes from selfish rage is sin. That is something that I know is true. So maybe that could change.
So just to be clear, it sounds like you're saying that the reason why you're wrathful affects whether or not wrath is a sin.
Well, no, but anger against injustice.
But wait a minute, hold on. Then it's
anger. I am speaking. Anger against
but then
injustice.
Then you're contradicting yourself, right?
Okay. This is just so. Lord. ChatGPT, how can I defend my argument?
Jay, stop reading the comments. They're not going to help you.
Okay. The Bible says, "Be angry and do not sin," right? She's not
You tell
faking.
me.
It does say that. And Jesus' anger in Mark 3 is about people refusing to help someone suffering, which is moral outrage. So.
Okay, so you're allowed to be allowed to be outrageous. You're allowed to be outraged, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically,
so was Jesus
can be righteous.
So was Jesus angry about injustice, and that's why he smote the tree?
But but was he angry about? Yeah.
What was he? So what was the injustice that the tree had committed that deserved death?
But I don't think. So, I mean, I don't understand. So.
I know.
Okay, but I think it's probably a symbol.
The tree is a symbol.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't think Jesus existed either. I think that Jesus is a symbol. No, it's not okay. You have to talk to me, not the comments.
Okay. I think it represented like a spiritual hypocrisy against selfishness, kind of hypocrisy.
The tree was about that. Like this, the tree represented selfish hypocrisy.
Yeah, but it teaches about, faith should produce real fruit, right? Like, it's a symbol. I've actually, now that you're reminding me of this verse, I believe at church we talked about this before.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an allegory, but are you saying that it didn't actually happen?
I think it actually.
Yeah. Do you think that Jesus actually cursed a fig tree?
I mean, probably. Well, I'm gonna do some really fast research here.
And by really fast research, you mean that you're going to type it into ChatGPT?
No, I don't
really
mean that.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to see my screen?
I mean, it's like, I'll believe you if you tell me that you're not using AI.
I'm just doing some. So what's the verse again?
You're just doing some what now?
I'm doing some research, I said.
With ChatGPT or Grok, maybe?
I'm not doing
maybe Gemini.
ChatGPT. I am Googling and trying to read an article.
Okay. Yeah, the verse is Matthew, or sorry, it's Matthew 21:18 and 19.
Okay.
Maybe Claude, yeah.
Don't read the comments. Okay, explanation.
Yeah, don't read the comments.
Okay. Wait, so what's the verse I forgot?
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 51.
Okay, just checking. Yeah, it's Matthew 21:18 through 19.
Okay. Matthew 21. Wait, 21:18 to 19. Who did she vote? I voted for Kamala Harris. I just had to say that because I don't.
Stop reading the comments.
I just wanted to say that. Okay.
Why are you singing?
Because I have a voice that Jesus gave to me, so I can sing. Well, so if I'm looking at this site, which is the New Beginning Church.com, and it says, out of all miracles Jesus did, miracles that brought healing, deliverance, resurrection, sight to the blind, and brought much joy to cities and villages everywhere, he stretched his hand. This is the first time we actually see Jesus curse something. Aren't you glad you came to the church this morning? The episode of Jesus cursing the fig tree will teach us about our walk with God and true spirituality.
How does that answer the question?
I'm just reading the thing, dear Lord.
Okay, go ahead.
We will also see what of a life answered in prayer. Okay. He just spent the whole night in prayer in Bethany, and now he was hungry.
Now he's hungry. Yeah.
We can also see that Jesus. She's just reading a sermon. I am my own sermon. Okay.
Stop reading the comments.
I have to. I'm sorry.
You don't have to. You're an adult. You have control. You don't have to read the comments.
I know, but I have like issues.
Look.
I love. Okay, we can see here that Jesus.
You shouldn't give me good bait.
Okay, hold on.
How does this respond to the allegation that Jesus was hangry?
Saying something. I was respectful when you were talking. I want you to be respectful when I'm talking.
Okay, please talk about the topic.
I am trying, but then you messed me up. It's okay though. Because I'm not angry. Okay. So we can also see that Jesus, although he's the Son of God and he's also Son of Man, this speaks of both the divinity and humanity of Jesus. See, that's the beauty of our faith, is what the article means. We don't follow a God that is out here in cosmos, disconnected from our reality. Jesus understands fully what you and I could go through in this life.
How does this respond to anything that I said?
What do you mean?
How does this respond to anything that I said?
Well,
do not come.
Do not come. Where'd that came? Was that from you?
Came from me, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's Kamala Harris. Yeah, that's who I voted for and who I meant. Okay, but why does that come up?
Because I clicked the button. How does that respond to what I said?
Okay. Well, what I think it says is, so, yeah.
Wait, don't keep typing. Answer the question.
I have a job. I know some people here don't, but I do have to respond.
Are you working right now?
No, my day got off. I've been awake since 3 o'clock. Okay, so, I work at a hospital. Then go work. No, I have to respond because I have clients. Do you know who else is amazing? Jesus. Okay. Okay. So, but it doesn't invalidate his sinlessness. That's my answer.
Do you remember what the question was?
No.
The question was, what was the righteous reason why Jesus was being wrathful? Because righteous wrath, righteous anger is fine. No?
But I don't think.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just thinking. I'm thinking, and also I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to talk to Jesus. I'm trying to talk to everyone at once. So give me a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. I think that, but you think that I am saying that, but it's a okay. It's a symbol for Israel.
What?
It's a symbol. It was a
did it happen or did it not?
Symbolic act.
Did it happen or not?
It happened, but it was a symbolic act.
So he was wrathful. He was wrathful because he wanted to make a point.
It was a calculated symbolic act, like I said.
So if Jesus did a calculated symbolic act of stabbing someone in the chest, would that be not wrathful then?
I'm not going to do a hypothetical.
Oh, you won't do hypotheticals. I see.
No, I'm not going to because it didn't happen, so I'm not going to do a hypothetical.
This guy stinks!
I can't believe you won't do hypotheticals. That seems kind of bad faith.
What do you mean? Oh, Lord, don't tell me how my faith should be.
So, J-Lux, did you have breakfast this morning?
Did I have it? Yes, I did.
Okay, so
I had them.
So if you didn't have breakfast this morning, do you think that you'd be hungry right now?
I didn't have breakfast. I really didn't have a lot. I mean,
Can you answer my question?
No, I'm not really hungry. I had lunch
well, I thought
today.
you couldn't. I thought you didn't engage in hypotheticals.
But I don't. But I'm just answering.
Oh, but that was
question.
a hypothetical. I just asked you a hypothetical. All right, look, I'm gonna let you go,
J-Lux,
because I'm getting a phone call. But thank you for being here. Like I said, I get so many phone calls about like all of the health stuff that's been happening. Anyway, y'all, that was something. So I'm going to read some super chats and then end the live because I don't know. That was crazy. And I feel like I need to. From Christopher Sanford with the €2, but Blitz, Jesus was sinless. I know he was. From Gretchen with the $3, TikTok plus Franzia plus God equals Batnuts Gen Z. Come get your mom. I'm very confused as to what this means, but I appreciate it regardless. All right, y'all. That is all I have. What? Oh, that is all I have for you guys today. So, oh, and I got a, hold on, there's one more Cash App that I got to read. From Grimlock with the $25. Or because I can. Well, thank you so much, Grimlock. You guys, if you want to support me, there's ways to do that. I'm not going to be active for the next, well, I'll be active on Sunday for Unapologetic, and then I might be live on Monday morning. After Monday morning, I will probably not be live for at least a week, if not longer, because of the surgery that I'm having. So if you want to support me, there are ways to do that. Cash App is a way to do it. You can become a member on YouTube. There's Patreon, a whole bunch of ways to support me. I'm not in financial distress right now, but some people want to support me, and even if I'm not around. So that's the way to do it. Make sure to join the Discord server if you want to. If you're 18 years or older, you can go to discord.gg/drblitz. And I will see you guys hopefully on Sunday. Take care, everybody.